let's get it going here. We have the green light and we are on. Hey guys, how you going? So down BK Sport. We are ready to rock and roll for first stream of 2026, but also the final stream of the Ashes series for 2025-26 season. Obviously, this is day one, so we've still got 4 more days to go. If it lasts that, pitch does look quite green, to be fair. It does look quite green from what I can see here, but I haven't been able to get a good look. At least it's a good day in Sydney. It's meant to rain pretty bad later on today, so we're probably going to get a bit of a rain delay. But for the time being, at least it is nice and, relatively sunny. There's a few clouds around, but like I said, it'll be later on today where we will see a few problems in regards to cricket being able to be played. It probably should rain out majority of the back end of the day. That you look at the Sydney weather, and it says it's meant to start raining at about 2 and then just pretty strong until about 8 p.m. tonight. So that would mean we'd probably not get any cricket from 2 p.m. onwards. And then we go to tomorrow, and it's meant to rain like a little bit, but nothing too crazy. And then Tuesday is early morning, won't impact it. And Wednesday and Thursday are both sunny as. So, look, we should still get a decent portion of it. We should get quite a lot of this portion of this test out there. But, one, it's weird this is starting on a Sunday. But also, two, it means like half of today is probably going to be ruined, I would say. Half of today. But outside of that, the rest of the days are meant to be fine. Now, England have won the toss. I swear they've won every single toss this Ashes series. I feel like they have. England won the toss and elected to bat. I feel like they have won every single toss in this Ashes series. Now, Australia, just for clarification for everybody, they have already won this series. They won the series 3-0 before England did win at the MCG to make it 3-1. If they won the SCG, they would make it 3-2. But it would still be a lost series. Australia have been able to do this without the likes of Paddy Cummins for the majority of the tests. They've not had Josh Hazelwood at any stage. Nathan Lyon's been out and played basically one innings. There's so many players here that Australia have been able to punch through with, and I'm super happy that the series was done at the 3-0, because the longer this was going on, especially with the age of a lot of these guys, the longer this series went down and went on, the more England obviously were able to bring themselves back into it. I do feel like if they had have been able to win in Adelaide, if they had have been able to do that and make it a 2-1, well, I don't think Cummins gets rested for the MCG, so that might have changed it around quite a lot. But I did feel like Australia was quite complacent at the MCG. I feel like they they knew the series was already wrapped up. You could tell the motivation levels were very, very different. I do feel like, in this, English will disagree, but I do feel like if the series was on the brink of a comeback for England, that Australia still probably would have won that if it was 2-1 and they still needed to win. I do feel like there was a very different intention and motivation there. But with that being said, England did still win that game. But look, I think that Australia have done well and truly enough in this series, and there has been a lot of chatter from a lot of the English fans saying that this is now a success, and I would say that that's setting the bar pretty low if you consider this series a success. I think that winning the MCG is fantastic and really good to break a hoodoo of 15 years for not winning a single test in Australia. But to consider the series as a success is setting the bar extremely low and does set your team up and your national team up as no accountability and lacks accountability. So I think that you really do need to keep pushing and saying this series hasn't been good enough. I know you're coming in off that high. I think the best thing for you actually would be to get whooped in this game. I think the best thing for you, and I know you're going to laugh at that, but I think the best thing for you would actually be to get slapped up in this match here at the SCG, because then it reminds you of what it actually has been like for England, and that although you did win the MCG, the problems are still absolutely there, and Brendan McCullum does still need to be fired. Rob Key, I don't know how he's still got a crack. England, realistically, if England win this game, they're going to have a false sense of security where Bazball suddenly works again. But we still watch the first 3 tests. We still see where they are in the WTC right now. I don't actually think their best benefit is to win this game because it will set them up with a false sense of security, and no accountability for how the Ashes series went at the beginning of this Ashes. But it would feel good. It would feel good if they were to win, and at least they didn't get absolutely smashed in the series on a technical basis, as it would be 3-2. But the series was done at 3-0. So, we'll see how it does play out. Again, England again win the toss. I'm pretty certain this is every single time, and they have elected to bat. But I hope you guys had a Merry Christmas. I hope you had a fantastic New Year's night and ready for a big old year. It's going to be absolutely massive. We've got plenty of rugby league action coming up in 11 days' time with the first NRL video, which will be on the 15th of January, and then we absolutely get pumping. I'll be back in Hong Kong on the 22nd of January, and then I'll be in Vietnam on the 24th of January. So those couple of days, you'll see a couple of videos that come out that I filmed beforehand. But we're about to get back ready, rock and roll, traveling again, which is going to be awesome. And looking forward to a huge year of Vegas games and Rugby League World Cup and State of Origin and the NRL and obviously these final 5 games here. And we've also got the T20 World Cup, which will be streaming in February as well. The T20 World Cup, which I believe is in India and Sri Lanka, which should be great. So we'll be live for all those cricket games. But guys, obviously hit that thumbs up button, subscribe if you are new around here. Let's get into it as they're about to start singing the national anthems. And fire it on up. And it says, sunny in Sydney, no rain in sight. There absolutely is rain in sight. There absolutely is rain in sight. Have you seen the weather? It says from 2 p.m. today onwards, it's meant to rain. We're meant to not see a ball bowled from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. What are you talking about? Are we on the same planet here, Andrew? We're living on the same planet here, champion? Or, dearie me, the first comment that I read in 2026 has got this Muppet talking about no rain in Sydney when it's literally meant to rain in Sydney at 2 p.m. Dara says, Happy New Year's, mate. May the channel go even higher heights and more of the Elite NRL live stream start off with. Oh, yeah, that's going to be huge. It's going to be huge. We've got, like I said, the NRL is cracking on. The preseason starts in early February, but we'll be starting content from the 15th of January. And then we've got the preseason. We've got Vegas, regular season, Rugby League World Cup, which is going to be huge. State of Origin. We are going to be doing a lot of Super League content this year because I'll be on a pretty good time zone for that. So, yeah, plenty of Rugby League coming up. Dre says, in New South Wales at the moment, it's nice and sunny at the moment, but a few delays expected, as he said, but nothing heavy today. Yeah, it's meant to be, it's meant to rain from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., effectively. It's meant to rain from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. I hope we get all the cricket in the world. I hope we get a whole cricket in the world. Everything. I hope we get absolutely every part of cricket that could possibly ever damn well cricket. But we know what Sydney is like, and I look at the weather, and it says from 2 to 5 p.m. Carl says, yes, lads, hope you all had a good New Year. Looking forward to a day and a half worth of cricket. Yeah, look, it does look pretty green, man. It does look pretty green. Now, let's see if England come out and do the exact same thing. Like, obviously, Australia bat first at the MCG. So I'm surprised that they've kind of sent us into bowl first. But, it is what it is. She says, when tests are finishing in 2 days, won't need to see the weather. Oh, yeah, that's a valid point too. That is absolutely a valid point. The tests are finishing very, very quickly. So, the weather doesn't matter unless it's 5 days worth of rain. A couple of hours on day one. It's meant to be beautiful on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. It's so weird to say that a 5-day test is starting on a Sunday. So Sunday is day 1, Monday is day 2, Tuesday is day 3, Thursday day 4, and then I'm all over the shop. Wednesday day 1 Sunday, day 2 Monday, day 3 Tuesday, day 4 Wednesday, and then day 5 Thursday. It's so weird that a 5th day is on a. Why have they done that? Why have they done that? To be fair, I don't understand. Smith has been out for tests. Yeah. Stevie Smith was out for the Adelaide test, which we still won. So the guys that we've had out just been ridiculous. Steve Smith, Paddy Cummins, Nathan Lyon, Josh Hazelwood. There's going to be more. There's going to be some. There's going to be others, but those like the real key players there that are out. Like that's huge, man. That is huge. And if you go into this lineup here for today, Australia, Travis Head, Jake Weatherald, Marnus Labuschagne, Steve Smith, Usman Khawaja, Alex Carey, Cameron Green, Bo Webster, Michael Neeson, Mitchell Stark, and Scott Boland. Look, Mitchell Stark is going to be exhausted. Like, he's going to be absolutely exhausted. I'd love to see him absolutely pump at home here for his final test of the the series, considering how good he has been. It would be absolutely massive to see him go out on a bang. But he's going to be exhausted. Scott Boland's going to need to pull through, and he's going to be tired too. Michael Neeson back in. He had a fantastic Brisbane at the Gabba. Bo Webster returns. Cameron Green. There's been a lot of commentary about him, and deserved. For the people who keep coming out and saying that Cameron Green shouldn't be being criticised right now, fuck off. Like, dead set. Like, we've watched the entire series so far. He can be criticised. Does that mean that I think he's an awful player? No, I don't believe he's an awful player. I don't think anybody thinks that he is an awful player. Everyone knows the potential that he has, but there are so many people out right now who are like trying to claim cricketing superiority of like, you don't know cricket if you say Cameron Green isn't good enough. We're literally watching it live. We see what Cameron Green's doing. Like, until he proves otherwise, the criticism is absolutely valid. That doesn't mean that we're insulting the guy's character, and it doesn't mean that you're insulting, the potential that he could possibly have. Everyone knows that Cameron Green has a ridiculous amount of potential, but the amount of people that come out and assume, the kingdom of cricketing superiority of the conversation, it's like, the criticism is absolutely valid. He has had an awful Ashes series, and realistically, one of his only good series came against the West Indies, a couple of years back, or last year, or whatever it was. And that's great. I would like to see that again. And until we see that again, because right now he's getting out on ducks, he's getting out on 7. He got 45, which was great when that was at Brisbane, but also I think it was like the 6th highest score because that was just a flat track where everyone scored. Love the potential of Cameron Green, but he is not showing it. And the criticism is absolutely there. Carl says, she just thought you were an England fan. She is. He's a secret CIA English fan there. He is from India. Yeah, no, he is. Draz says, Rob Key should really be on a chopping block, and if they lose here, he should be gone. Reason why I don't say McCullum is due to the planning of who would they put as coach. Michael Vaughan is the one that they're looking to put in. Michael Vaughan. She says, yes, I was an English fan. Their performance opened my eyes. They could even open a blind man's and bring back his vision. See, he's trying to sneak in. I'm just throwing around. He's trying to, we figured out that he was the English CIA agent from India. And now he's trying to get in the good books of the Aussies. I tell you what, I'm watching you, buddy. Kukarat says, and Stark will take wicket in the first over, guys, I'm sure. Hopefully, I think that, well, he hasn't gotten a wicket in the first over for a while now. I think it was like maybe Brisbane or definitely Perth. Maybe not Brisbane. I think it was Brisbane, actually. I think he got one as well. But he does love a good first over bowl. He does love a good first over wicket. Still lighter, son. Get out of here. Look, I back you in. I back it in for a Mitchell Stark slap up. I back it in. Draz, Stark wouldn't have been expecting to play all 5 tests. He'll enjoy a nice break after this. Yeah, look, if Paddy Cummins and Josh Hazlewood weren't injured for the majority of this series, then we would have seen Mitchell Stark probably rested at one point. I was expecting him to be rested for Adelaide or the MCG, but specifically Adelaide, I was expecting it. But because the series wasn't done yet, and because we've had all these injury problems, they did obviously have to play him, and they did play him against the MCG. So it wouldn't have surprised me if they actually didn't bowl him here, and they might have gone with the spinner of Todd Murphy, because this is the first time in like 140 years that they're not playing a spinner at the SCG, which is usually a spin friendly pitch. That looks pretty green to me. That pitch. The game is about to start, by the way. But yeah, this is the first time in like 140 years they're not playing a spinner. And Todd Murphy obviously hasn't got in. They've decided to go with... Who did they go with instead again? They went with Bo Webster. That's right, they went with Bo Webster. Krat says, I will be honest, Oz have the best cricket team in the world. Well, of course. We've got the most trophies across the cricketing world. We've only got a population of 26 million, where not many actually care about cricket, but we have a small population where not many people actually care about cricket, but we've got the most trophies all time. We're winning the Ashes for the 10th consecutive year. Beat India in the previous Border Gavaskar Trophy, obviously ODI, all that type of stuff. We're killing it, mate. We're killing it. And even when the team does look down, we're never out. We just know how to pull through. But all right, the midget man, the dwarf, Ben Duckett, he is out there on the pitch getting ready to go. He is going to be opening up as Zach Crawley on the non-strikers end. Mitchell Stark is going to be bowling. And it says thoughts and quiet retiring. What do you mean? What kind of thoughts do you want me to give? Like, it was always coming. Didn't like what he kind of... Yeah, there's a lot of things that I would criticise in regards to the way he retired, but in regards to his retirement, like, we all knew that was coming. It was going to be happening. We all knew that Sydney was his last Ashes test. Get around your mark. Happy New Year. Should be over there in Bali. All right, so the 5th Ashes test about to get underway. We are about to see the first bowl here. Carl says, oh, thank God. I was worried we might have dropped Duckett. No. He's captain. No, he's captain. Oh, no, I think he's born in England, so he can't be captain. No. Where was Ben Duckett born? Ben Duckett was born in Orpington. Where the hell is Farnborough, Orpington? What the shit? Either way, though, it's in England, so yeah, no, it can't be captain. Can't do that. Great day in Sydney for some cricket. Not really, because it's about to be raining. But no, it's good now. It's okay now. The way he gets out too late, backing away from his stumps and getting run out and playing a balls outside off. Correct, absolutely. AFL says pray for 5 days. Listen, if we get 5 days here, I think I might eat a live rhinoceros on stream. Oh, what's we doing? The security guard is... They're having to get something so that we can actually get a ball bowled. A ball bowled. Here we go. First day, first ball of the 5th test to finish us all up. Mitchell Stark and double. Abdul Rahman says 4-day maximum. Honestly, it probably goes 3 days. It probably does. This series is not good. At 12 o'clock, or at the first drinks break, I'm going to make myself a coffee. So I'm on the 16-8 kind of, not keto, what's it called? Intermittent fasting diet. So I can't have anything really until 12 o'clock my time, and it's only 11:30. So at 12 o'clock, when the first drinks break happens, I will be going and making myself a coffee. Shatiz says they all are refugees imported from somewhere in the world to the English team. Look, I always knew that Christchurch was next to London. Like, it's just a little bit to the right-hand side of London there. And that's going to be they are going to go for a single there. So it was actually Zach Crawley on strike, not Ben Duckett. But Crawley gets a single. And let me just refresh this scorecard so that you guys can get the score on the side. No, Christchurch is right next door to London, mate. And Auckland, I'm pretty certain, is up near Manchester. There we go. No, we'll scroll it down a little bit more. There we go. Laggard says, make sure it's some bougie coffee as we are playing cricket in the eastern suburbs. It's a bougie. Yes, a bougie coffee. No, it definitely will be. It'll definitely be a little bit of almond latte. Yes. No, it will be a bit of almond latte with caramel splice. That's what you got to do in Bondi. When you're in the eastern suburbs of the SCG, of course you've got to have a bit of caramel splice with a little bit of thyme and some almond milk. Oh! That was so close to being gone. That was a great bowl. She says, Nisa are bowling for the other end. The way that they have set up this series so far, Boland doesn't usually open alongside, so I would assume it's probably going to be the Big Knee show. I'm surprised that wasn't a wicket just then. That was so close. That was very close. Yeah, I would assume that it is going to be the Nisha, and then later on we'll get Scotty B and then Bo Webster. Next bolt, and oh my gosh, another one. Ben Duckett is awful, bro. Carlos, a solid defense from Duckett. Yeah, really good stuff, just without the really good part. But it was defense, just not good. Webster is playing, I didn't know. Well, now you know. And it says, Blaze experience in the way of Sydney. Love their coffees from all his time spent in Sydney with the Titans. Plenty of time spent in Sydney with the Titans. Plenty of time, plenty of losses that I got to see live, yeah. I got to watch a lot of losses live. No, Sydney was a great place to watch losses live. If you prefer to watch losses than wins and you want that suck of punishment like a Tanush here on the channel, then that's a place to go. Yeah. Yeah. Next bolt. Loved watching, I tell you what, Duckett, dreadful. I loved going to Combank and watching us get robbed on multiple occasions from the bunker. And I also loved going to Canberra a lot of times and getting robbed again by Casey Badger. You know, fantastic times. You know, they're what builds character. They're really what builds character, those moments. No, it's 11:30 in the evening in the UK. I don't even know why I even stay up for this. It's screaming lose. Well, like, either way, like, firstly, welcome, appreciate you. Secondly, either way, you've lost the series and it shouldn't be considered a successful series, even if it was 3-2 from here. But, you know, at the end of the day, you do want a bit of positive motivation. You do want a little bit of something that you can look towards the future. That's a good shot. That should be 4. You do want something to give you hope for the future in regards to this English cricketing team. Regardless of the fact that this is a really unsuccessful series, regardless of this game. The point that you're still watching it shows that you genuinely care about this cricketing team. And you just need to see them put in a bit of an effort here so that you can get yourself up for your next series. Who is England playing next? I know that the T20 World Cup up next. Oh, they're playing ODIs against Sri Lanka next. Who cares? Who cares? Their next test match is against New Zealand. Yeah, okay, that's in England as well. It is a 3-test series against New Zealand in England. And then after that, they take on Pakistan in England. When's their next away? Do you not travel away for like a long, long time? Well, what I can see this year until September is you play New Zealand and Pakistan. So look, at the end of the day, you're up. You're a sucker for punishment, but also I know the feeling. It is what it is. It's all part of it, and you just got to hope that England can put in a shift here. Looking at the way people run into the SCG is so funny, dude. Look, it's so funny. Will I be streaming the netball? Don't know if I'll be streaming the netballs, mister. Don't know if I'll be streaming the netball. All right, so no, we're not muted. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Bro is happily yapping away as well, bless him. Yeah, look, I'm just waiting for my first coffee. I'm just waiting that I can have my coffee after 12 o'clock because I'm on my intermittent fasting. Because I want milk. So I don't want to have black coffee. I don't really like black coffee. Next ball from Scott Bowler. Nope, Scott Bowler, Michael Nisa. And it's going to be a dot ball. You know what happens, lads. So I don't know what you heard of what I was saying there in regards to Abdul Rahman said, where can I send a custom baggy cap with your logo we sell? Unfortunately, I pretty much travel a lot. So there's no real stable place to send stuff to me. Appreciate it. That would be awesome. I would love something like that. But I am traveling a lot. Like on the 22nd of this month, I'll be in Hong Kong. 24th, I'll be in Vietnam. Currently, I'm in Fiji. Then 2 months, I'll be in Philippines, then Indonesia. That's a dot ball. Philippines, then Indonesia, then Malaysia, then Laos, then Nepal. So unfortunately, there's no real kind of place for things to be sent to me. But with that being said, appreciate the thought, mate. Yeah, I'm just not ever in one place. Draz says, I'm low-key not getting hyped for that T20 World Cup. Like the whole of the opening stages will have multiple association teams versus the likes of England and Oz into the next stages. Bro, if you look at just look at who Australia plays, and it should tell you everything you need to know. There is a lot of there is going to be a lot of big blowout games. That is for sure. Australia's group stage is against Ireland, Zimbabwe, Sri Lanka, and Oman. If we lose to Oman, I give up. If we lose to Oman, I give up, lads. I'll give up. Deraz says, bro, even Italy made the Cricket World Cup. Yeah, because they can't make a Football World Cup. They can't make a Football World Cup, but they can apparently make a Cricket World Cup. As long as McCullum is the coach, there is no future for England cricket. Don't disagree. Don't disagree. So next ball from Nice. Up in the air. Oh, no one's back there. Single. 0 for 11. 0 for 11. So Duncan on 5 and Crawley on 5. I just need to get through this next 18 minutes. 18 minutes, then I can get a nice little coffee. I like the lesser nations in the Cricket World Cup. Look, it's interesting to see, and it's a bit of fresh meat, I guess, if you think of it like that. Like it is, it is enjoyable to see these lesser countries, but you also know they're going to get absolutely whooped into oblivion if they win. But then again, in the Rugby Union World Cup, we did see Japan beat South Africa. What, like 10 years ago now? No, it would have been longer than that now. How old was I? I was probably about like 21. Was that 2015? Well, no, it wasn't. I think it might have been the 2015 World Cup. Was it the 2015 World Cup with Australia versus New Zealand as the final? But was that the year Japan beat South Africa? Oh, it was 2015. Yeah. There you go. Next ball from Starkey. And that is going to be a probably 2 here, I'd say. It could be 3. It could be 3. No, it will be 2. Very excited for Australia in the World Cup. Only up against the USA and Paraguay in the group. Well, we're talking about the Cricket World Cup for starters, but in regards to the Football World Cup, that's still a difficult group, man. It's not the most difficult we could have gotten, but especially if Turkey get through the group, get through into it. Has anyone qualified from that other side yet? Yeah, no, we haven't seen the next qualifier, but Turkey probably make it, which is going to be they'll be tough. But then again, we beat teams like Denmark, Tunisia, kind of similar-ish levels, but Turkey do have some good players, but similar-ish levels to, say, Denmark, which is what Turkey is. USA, I would say they're on that same similar-ish level. Why always wearing a cap when streaming? What's the reason? Because I feel like it. Yeah, because I feel like it. No, I haven't had a haircut in ages. Sometimes I don't. So I go through stages, man. I go through stages where I wear caps because I like the sporting merchandise. This is the Tweedhead Seagulls right here, which is one of my local teams in Australia. They are the feeder club for the Gold Coast Titans, who is my team, and Tweedhead Seagulls are the feeder club for them. So a lot of the time I'll wear hats that are of my team. So a lot of the time I'll wear a Chicago Bulls hat or a Detroit Lions hat. Oh, up in the air! Again, that's gone out the back there, and it's going to go for, I think, just a single. Yep, just the one run. So it'll be 0-15. Usually the hats that I wear do have, well, they all are pretty much teams that I support. Carl says, it's nerve-wracking watching Duckett bat. Looks like he can get out every ball. I know anyone can, but when Cook or Trescott were batting, you at least had the sense they were seeing the ball well. Yeah, you definitely don't look at Ben Duckett and think that he's seeing the ball well. I would think the complete opposite. I would think that he's seeing 3 balls all at once. 2.3 overs, 14 runs scored now. Mbappe had a Man-like performance in 2022 World Cup final, hat-trick, but in a losing cause, although Mbappe got to do with Man? What do you mean? That's going to be a dot ball. What is Marnus Labuschagne and Mbappe got? What? Oh, that says ma'am. Sorry, that looked like an R and an N. Like on my screen, it looked like an R and an N. There was like a little thing that was stopping it. So a ma'am-like performance. Oh, you're talking about Ezra Mam in the 2023 World Cup final. World Cup final, 2023 NRL Grand Final. I get you now. For some reason, it looked like Man. I was like, what does Mbappe and Man got to do with each other? That is the most random comparison I've ever seen, especially considering that Man hasn't been good in this series so far. Marnus Labuschagne been awful. She says Duckett comes on a ventilator every time he's on the pitch. I think everyone is. All of England is. But Crawley is on strike right now. And, that was a good bowl. And they're going to get a single. They're going to get a single out of it. That was a good bowl, though. Reds doing Blaze. Happy New Year's, mate. Get around you, son. Ready for another year of Knights in the bottom four. And the Titans also probably in the bottom four. We're going to have a great year, Brenton. We're going to have a really enjoyable year. We're going to have a really enjoyable year, you and me, mate. It's going to be awesome. Awesome stuff. Can't even say sucked in now because the Gronk won a comp. Oh, you can still say sucked in. You can still say sucked in. But it's just not as impactful as it once was. So Duckett on 8, Crawley on 5. Come on, 10 minutes coffee time. 10 minutes coffee. It's going to taste so good. It's going to taste so good. Richie Stark, final ball the over, and nothing happening there. Nothing happened there. Oh boy, come mate, will be top 4 surely. Yeah, top 4 if you swing the whole everything around and do it a complete opposite. Yeah. The odds are heavily favouring England in this test. Why are the odds heavily favouring England in this test, Shatij? I can't wait to hear this one. Australia are still the favourites for this test. But with that being said, England can win. But why are they such heavily favouring England in this test? I can't wait to hear it. Titans, if they avoid the bottom 4, even if it's a 13th place or 12th place finish, is that a pass mark for you? No. There's no pass mark that finishes outside of it. You can't have a pass of the season if you finish outside of top 10. Because 10 and 9, you can still say you were close enough to make the final, so there was progression. 11th downwards, it's still a failed season. Ooh, that's high. Yeah, it's going to be dot ball. There's very much differences. Like contextually, the Panthers are a failed season if they don't win the comp and they finish outside of the top 4. Contextually, the Storm is a failed season if they finish outside the top 4 and they don't win the comp. With the Titans, like sure, it's probably not to no. Like there's no success. The only success that they have is to finish close enough to the finals where it's competitive, and makes you think like they were close enough. The Knights is just to avoid the wooden spoon. I'm just trying to think what's realistic and attainable for the Titans, although they have a solid roster, barely. I would debate that. I don't think that there's that solid roster there as we currently speak. But it does need a lot of work, and I think that there is some really big questions that are being avoided deliberately by this club. I think they're deliberately avoiding some really, really big questions in regards to, say, AJ Brimson's contract. They're deliberately trying to pass that off as if, like, that's not actually hurting a lot of this club right now. Obviously, the Tino situation is there, and whether it possibly even could be more beneficial long term to go with a different path rather than kind of have to rely on someone who doesn't necessarily always put in the safeguard of I'm going to stay here for the rest of my career. I think that Tino is a great dude. I think he himself means well, and I believe he believes he means well. But I do think that he is. I think there is a lot. Oh, that was a good bowl. I think there is a lot about Tino where it's like. It's all about him without it being all about him. Like, I think that he genuinely does want the success for the Titans, and I think he genuinely does want success for this club and this organisation. But also, it's very important for things to be about him. That's kind of what I've taken from it. It's a hard one. Because I do think that he wants success for this community. But I also think that he can't get past the "it's all about me" mentality. That it does also happen quite a lot. Jesus, by the way, Happy New Year, Blaze. Hope this year Aussies see India lifting an ICC trophy in India. Well, we'll probably go and win that as well, just like we won in Ahmedabad. So next bowl, that's going to be a single for Duckett, over 17. Brad says, if we can avoid the Spurs, like win the comp. If you can beat the Titans in one game, might be win the comp for you. Pass up for the Titans winning a finals game. No, that's the success. That's the success for the Titans. That's not a pass. A pass is the bare minimum. A pass would be 10-9. Winning a finals game would be a success. That'd be like winning a finals game would be an A season for the Titans contextually. That'd be the first time they won a finals game since 2010. Which was their only finals win ever. Next ball. Double. Sooner Tina confirms his future, the better it could derail GC season with a constant noise over him. No, it won't derail the season with a constant noise. There's plenty of other things that will derail our season, don't worry. That is a dot ball there and nothing from that over. But yeah, no, that won't impact the season. That Ahmedabad World Cup loss will haunt Indians for a long time. Only way for revenge is if they beat us at the MCG for a World Cup final in Oz as payback in our home conditions. Good luck with that. The last time that we were in an ODI World Cup final at the MCG, we whooped New Zealand. I was there for it. 2015. Gorkarat says, Stark is the best bowler cricket will see. Left-handed, he is the best bowler. In regards to all time, he's up there. He is one of the best bowlers of all time. But I don't know if I could say he is the best bowler, but he is one of the best bowlers of all time. Smith says, I want Perth Bears to poach all of your talent. Go for it, because right now they don't have shit. Right now their marquee signings are Toby Sexton and who? Well done, Perth. Brilliant stuff. Now Perth are really looking dangerous right now. What, they're gonna sign Burton, the guy that we don't believe is a 5'8" still, to a massive contract to play 5'8". Now brilliant stuff, Perth. No, love it, Perth. Brilliant stuff. That's going to be a good shot there from Duckett. He'll get a 4. He's actually doing all right. He's on 13 from 11. No, Perth, well done. Well done. Their marquee signings are through the roof right now. Through the roof, mate. Brilliant stuff. But I love that, Smith. So who's the talent that you're referring to? You talking about Tino? Okay. So you're talking about Tino. Who else is our talent? And Draz says, damn, you were at it. Yeah, I was there. Man, would have been an elite atmosphere at the G and Stark knocking McCullum stumps. That was the World Cup there already. Yeah, that was brilliant. That was massive. 96,000 there, I think it was. Oh, big swing, big miss. Sean says the 360 comp sheet itself, as I've heard nothing about it anymore, apparently got delayed again for another year or two. This is what we're saying. You know, it's so unreliable, the rugby 360 comp. It's so unreliable. And that's why Zach Lomax's an idiot. You know, him deciding to do that and throw away his Parramatta Eels contract over a what if is the detriment to his rugby league career. But to be fair, he was his own detriment to his own rugby league career, you know, because he was just constantly demanding this and demanding that. And I don't want to play wing, I want to play centre, but you're not a centre because you throw the ball to Rosette every time with a flick pass. Like, you're just not good enough for centre, but you're amazing for winger. He's a diva, and I know that firsthand. He's a diva, but he's a diva. So he threw away his NRL. That's a good shot. That should go for 4 there from Duckett. Well, this pitch is looking pretty nice here. This pitch is looking really nice for some runs in this game. Man, we might get 4 or 5 days. This is looking really nice. The ball's not doing much at all. Like, quite literally at all here. So, yeah, I'll pretty much say, Sean, yes, is the answer to it. It has shit itself. Not officially, but, you know, right now that's all we can go off. Carlson plays a lovely shot for a 4 and then follows it up with that shot. So the 4, dot ball, a 4. Next bowl. And dot ball. Unabashed loss will be answered this year, just like the 2011 World Cup. But not really, you know, because again, you're playing in India slash Sri Lanka. Where's the final at? Even if you beat Australia in the final, it's not really revenge per se, because for you to get the revenge for that specific loss, you would have to beat, as we were saying in the chat before, you'd have to beat Australia at the MCG in an ODI World Cup final or a T20 World Cup final at the MCG. You know, unless you did that, we'll always have Ahmedabad over the top. It's like, and I put this example, like with the Titans and the Broncos. Like, if the Titans ever played the Broncos in a grand final and they played one game and that was it, their only grand final against each other, and the Titans won, I wouldn't care about your premiership, so I'd always have it over the top of you. And the same thing goes with the Broncos and the Titans kind of deal. Right now, they've got premierships and whatnot, regardless. But if we got that one premiership and it was against the Broncos, like, it doesn't matter if the Broncos beat us in a game in the regular season or even beat us in a finals game. The grand final is the one that means the most, and that's it. Whilst it is technically revenge, it's not revenge of the way that we're talking about, like the significant one. So India's only way of getting revenge for Ahmedabad would be to beat us at the MCG on a T20 World Cup final. ACB need the money and can't afford to lose many more days. Yeah. Look, they lost over, I think, what was it, like 11 million or something with the MCG? Something ridiculous. All right, next bowl here from Mitchell Stark. Oh, he missed him. That was a good bowl, though. So 5 overs down. There is not much happening with this pitch whatsoever right now. There's not much happening at all. Let's see if I can put KO back on. I'm watching on 7+ right now. I prefer to watch it on KO, but stops a bit. Did you hear Haas about to extend with the Broncos for only a year? Sounds like 360 to me. It sounds like he's keeping his options open to me. I think he's keeping his options open. I don't think that's telling us anything. It just means that he's still. He doesn't want to. Yeah, he doesn't want to go all in on a permanent anything, which is smart. I think that's a smart option. Yeah, no, I am behind. That's why I'm going back to KO here, mate, and I'll be on KO in about 2 seconds. Because I'm watching on 7+. Watching on 7+ at the moment. So now I'm going across to KO, which will be a lot more live. That's an amazing amount of money, 11 million. Yeah, they lost a lot of money. All right, so we are on to over 5.2. Scott Boland is bowling. Get around Scotty Boland. 4 for 31 and 6 for 45 versus India at the SCG in 2025. So he loves the SCG. Yeah, no, 11 million. How much baht would that be? 11 million AUD in baht would be... So 1,000 baht is like 47 Australian dollars. Well, good bowl there from Scotty. 1,000 baht is like 47. So 11 million AUD to baht is 232,170,620 baht. Wait, has that changed? 1,000 AUD is no. Whoops. 1,000 baht to AUD. Was that not $47 when I was there? Yeah, it is 47. And that'll be a single for England. Duckett on 19. Duckett on 19. Someone make a drinks break so I can go get a coffee. Get the drinks break going. I don't feel too well today. I don't feel too well at all. Scotty Boland to finish off the over. Well, he's got 2 more balls left to the over. Next ball. Oh, maybe. There might be review here. I don't think so. I think it could be going a little bit higher. They're looking to potentially review. I don't think they're going to review. Yep, they won't review. They will not review. Oh my gosh, KO. Just awful. Oh boy. Well, we got a close there at least. At least we got close. At least we got close. At least we got close there. And that was probably our closest time we've gotten to England so far throughout this opening part of the session. Got a coffee machine for Christmas, cappuccino on tap. That sounds pretty good. Well, I can't. Yeah, like I said, I can't make coffee until 12 o'clock, which is my time now. It says the fact people are criticising taking Green out of Australia's side is absolutely baffling. But Cameron Green is still on the side. We did speak about this before, but Cameron Green is in the side. He is currently in the side. Unless, am I missing something? Is Cameron Green? Is he not there? But let's go over here. So that is the end of the over. Nada. Yeah, it was high and missing. High and missing. So Mitchell Stark is going 17 runs through 3 overs. You can tell how tired he is. You can tell. Carl says, I mean, where the ball is going, says, you okay, mate? You're coming for me today. You need a cuddle? Get into him. You're coming for me today. So Stark. Yeah, let's do it, Starky. Let's do it. Just wait for the rugby league, acidics. Just wait for the rubber league. Next ball. Oh, swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Hang on, has Sexton been linked to the Bears? Sexton signed with the Bears, Brenton. Toby's already signed for them for next year. He's with, I think, Catalan's Dragons now, and then he's at the Perth Bears next year. That's already, like, official. I think they've made, like, what, 2 signings? West Tigers to finish bottom. Tigers fans will hate me for it. It's not out of this world. I think there's a more chance of the Titans or the Knights getting it, but I wouldn't be surprised with the Tigers. And there'll be a top ball. They always call me haters. Tigers fans, I don't know what it is. They've got like a real love-hate relationship with this channel. They're always watching, but they're always saying that I hate their club, and I just don't. I just see the club for what it is. Titans to the 4 again? Yeah, no, top 4. Yeah, no, definitely. Top 4, 100%. 100%. There's really not much going on in this game at the moment. There really isn't much happening in this first 6.2 overs. It says, I mean, people are criticising other people for talking out Green. You know, we've already spoken about that. We spoke about that at the beginning of the stream. And that's going to be a good shot there. And that will go for a 4. So it'll be 0 for 31. Perth Bears are a sleeping giant. It's going to trigger East Coast NRL fans when they dominate. Smithster, would you happen to be a Perth Bears fan? Because this kind of real circle jerkery of the Perth Bears is really odd. It's really interesting. Like, if we're gonna talk up the North Sydney Bears side of the franchise, well, obviously we've seen their lack of success. But in regards to Perth, what is the belief system that you've got right now, which is giving you such unreal confidence behind the Perth Bears? Because their signings haven't been massive at all. There's no one really being linked to them on a significant level. That's up in the air, but that will go for a 4 there from Ben Duckett. He's doing well. Where is the confidence coming from? There's nothing that I've seen that could look to them being a dominant force. I'm a Perth man, got to support the team. Okay, that makes sense, Mister. Because I was going to say otherwise. That's right, you Perth. But I was going to say because it didn't make sense based off of what we're seeing. Could it happen? Okay, go for it. Like, sure, but I doubt it. Because I don't think Mal's as good as everyone else thinks he is. That's come from someone who knew quite a bit about him when he was at our club. Met him quite a few times. But I will say that Australian team picked itself. Gone. See you later. That's the first wicket. Duckett's gone. Nicked him. And Duckett is gone. There's a wicket. Duckett again throws away a start. He's nicked him out the back. Alex Carey He gets the catch. Mitchell Stark, he gets the nick. And there's the breakthrough. There is the breakthrough. Still waiting for the 100, Harrison. We are still waiting for the Harrison 100 of Ben Duckett, yeah. He's got one more innings to do it. Let's see. Duckett is gone. So England 1 for 35. It was a good start, but, you know, again, throwing away your wicket like that. Again. Yeah, I think that Queensland team that won 11 out of 12 in a row, I think that basically picked itself. Actually, I should go make myself a quick coffee here. Oh, but I don't want to miss the first bowl. No, wait. Oh, I will wait. Actually, no, I'm going to go do it. I'm going to make myself a coffee, guys. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe. I'll be back in just a few moments. All right, we're on. We're on. We are on. It says, like most Perth people, I don't actually know anything about the NRL. I just know Jonathan Thurston and Hawaii. Hawaii as the only two players you know is a crazy comment. That is crazy. Just going to show the viewer there. Boland's bowling. Hawaii is one of two players known as incredible. So what, you only know Jonathan Thurston as like a big-time player, which he was, but you've never heard of like Billy Slater, Cameron Smith, Kipper Cronk, Darren Lockyer, Gordon Tallis kind of guys. Coconut says, yes, Oz, let's get them all out and let's bat today. I don't even want that, to be fair. I would like to see us batting tomorrow rather than today. I want 5 days. I don't care. Honestly, as Australian, I'd like to win this match, but I don't really care. We've already won the series. That's why you saw with my celebration there, it's a 4 for Crawley. You saw with the lack of celebration, like, I'm happy for the wicket, and it's great. But, like, the blood isn't getting you going for a test match like this because you already know the series is over. You know? But this pitch is doing nothing for the bowler. Nothing. Ben Ducker just throwing away his wicket like usual. Of course he's talking about John Hopewade lagging. Why would he be talking about Will Hopewade? Why would he remember? Why would he know the name Will Hopewade? Of course he knows John Hopewade. That's going to be a dot ball. Brent says the GOAT Andrew Joe Johns. I think Cameron Smith's the GOAT, their champion. That's what I mean with Duckett. 4-4 out. Just cannot hold his concentration. No, he cannot. No, he cannot. You are right. Boland and Scott Boland and Mitchell Stark getting them all out today. Well, look, if it happens, it happens. Like, but I want a good match. And that's going to be a double. You know, right, Oz will be batting today. This pitch isn't giving you great confidence to say that we'll be batting today. Because Will's the GOAT. Man, a lot of Bulldogs fans wouldn't even know who Will Hopewade is, let alone guys from Perth who don't watch rugby league. Blaze wants the cricket to go 5 days in its revenue too. Look, revenue for cricket streams aren't usually that high, bro. I don't usually get that much money at all for cricket. Maybe one day, sure, but not now. I do these streams for fun. The rugby league streams, now that's obviously quite beneficial. That's going to be a good shot there for Crawley, and it will be 2. Rugby league streams, because we've built and developed that part of the channel over many years. Now, that's where obviously a significant portion of our financials come in. But with cricket, we're still developing and building it and whatnot. Right now, I do it for the love of the game. Right now, for the love of the game. Shatir says, I hope someday ICC schedules a series between Australian women and Pakistan men. What a random comment. Australian women versus Pakistan men. That's crazy. And Taz says, I watched David Warner hit 130 off of 63 last night. Well, there you go, Entertain House. Thanks for letting us know, mate. Yeah, well, there you go. Wow. Underwood 2-0 after 4 balls and lost the game, but scored 204. Great game to attend. Sounds like a great game, mate. Sounds like a wow. Gokrat says David Warner played really good last night. Good shots. Yeah, 130 is pretty good. And he's been struggling this season so far. He's been pretty poor. But yesterday, obviously, really good. Run rate is 5.02. Hayden, why are you not here right now? You cricket-loving fan? Why are you not at the SCG right now? You support the Thunder, but you don't support the Australians? Get a grip of yourself. Get a grip of yourself. 11 fours. 11 fours for 130? Well, he must have had a good amount of sixes then. Only 11 fours and he got 130? 11 fours is 44 runs. So you're telling me that like 86 of his runs weren't for... He would have had to get a bunch of sixes. What did he get? Like 5 sixes? So 44. I'll Google it. So 44 plus, let's assume 6 sixes, or 5 sixes. That would be 30. 54, 64, 74. So then he got like 60 odd runs and singles and doubles. SCG is bathing in sunshine right now, so can't see the rain in the distance too. I can see the rain in the distance out there. But look, I hope it stays this way. He got 8 sixes. Okay, that makes sense. Now, there is definitely rain. I'd love to see Pakistan beat India in the Cricket World Cup, Smitzer says. Damn, they're fighting words. Well, Smitzer, you've just made an enemy of the Indians here. Let's see what they do. Well, you know, Pakistan had a great chance to do it a couple of years back. I remember I think it was the T20 World Cup in Australia, and it looked like Pakistan was going to win, and like India needed to score like 30 runs in 10 balls or something ridiculous, and I think India came back and won it. The Indians here would be able to tell us if that is correct. I'm pretty certain it is. pretty certain it is. But yeah, they were getting close. They were getting close. I think that was their closest one. When was the last time Pakistan did beat India when it came to cricket? A thunderstorm rolled through last night in Sydney. Did they cover the pitch overnight? Yeah, of course. Of course. So it's 1 for 41 right now. Jacob Bethel on the strike. You know, it's meant to be rated at 2 p.m. or so. It's only 11:16 a.m. in Sydney. Do you get Greenland 2 over in Fiji? It's not shown, Oz. You told me to watch the first and I loved it. You really loved that movie, eh? Like, that movie doesn't even come into my thought process, like, ever, unless you mention it. Because you mention it all the time. I've heard you mention that multiple times, because I know you watched my review of it on my other channel. So that's why I remember that movie. Otherwise, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't even remember that movie, man. Is Greenland 2 out? I haven't even watched Avatar yet. I want to go and watch Avatar. I watched the movie Anaconda. First half was shit, but it was funny for the second half. Yeah, I haven't even seen Avatar yet. I need to see Avatar. I loved the Avatar series. The second one was great because I love water. And the third one's all about like fire and shit. Virat Kohli played the shot of the century. Lofton Harris Ralph over his head on a good length delivery. Shot of the century is pretty crazy, but you know what? We'll let you have it. Seeing your old mates, the Sydney Kings, Tomas. Also, yep, Avatar was great. My old mates, the Sydney Kings. Oh, geez, that was close. Yeah, to be fair, I heard the new Avatar is air. Well, I think that's what everyone's. Brent, it's so difficult with movies because they're all so subjective. You know, you have to be. If you're going to watch a fantasy kind of movie, you have to be very open to that kind of style of fantasy. There's no point going to watch it unless you know you're going to enjoy it, is what I would say. Because the first and second one, people said the same things, but I thought it was fantastic. I thought the first one and the second one were both fantastic, and then now you get the same reports for the third one. I'm not saying that they're wrong. They probably do think it's air, but that's why you go whenever you watch a movie or you want to look at reviews. If you look at the critic score comparatively to the viewer's score, is usually worlds apart. The viewer usually ranks at about 80%, 70%, and the critics usually rank at about 30%, 40%. So there's a massive gap there. And why is that? Because obviously it is very subjective. The critics are looking for very specific niches, and they're looking for specificities that make a movie good in their eyes. Whilst the fans, the viewers, are just watching it for the sake of wanting to enjoy it and watch it, and then you'll get 20% of people who don't like it, 30% of people who don't like it, and then there's 70 to 80% of people who do love it, and they will tell you about it. So that's why you get those massive differences. So I believe that it will be good. I believe that it'll be fantastic. I think it'll link up well with the first two. With that being said, though, there are outliers, and the outlier is, say, Game of Thrones or, say, Stranger Things, where everyone loves all the seasons up until the final season, and then it seems like a rush job, and everyone turns out to be gay, to having to be able to win the whole thing. You know, so and then people criticize the entirety of that season and the way that it completely gets ruined in their eyes. And that doesn't mean that it's ultimately ruined, but as a group project kind of thing, everyone thinks it has been ruined because the majority disagree with the way that it's been carried out. Like it says, they're making an Avatar movie set to release in 2031 that is going to be set primarily on Earth and not Pandora. Oh, there you go. I know these first three have taken a long time to do. New Avatar is long, mate. It's almost like they wrote it for 2 films but then put it into one. But they're all like that. They're all 3 hours, aren't they? Mate, you want to see a long movie, go watch the movie Australia with Nicole Kidman and Hugh Jackman. That went for, 3.5 hours? I think there was literally 2 movies in one. Quite literally. It was 2 movies in one. I thought it was actually... I enjoyed it. This movie came out like 15 years ago, longer. I enjoyed it. It was Baz Luhrmann who made it. I thought it was good, but it was just extremely long and was 2 movies in one. Mateo says, or Killer of the Flower Moon. I haven't seen. Oh, that's a great movie. Killers of the Flower Moon with Leonardo DiCaprio. That's a great movie. Oh, dot ball. That's a good bowl there from Scotty Boland. Shaped a wave there. Stranger Things season 5 was shit. Yeah, like, and I agree. I agree. It's just more Netflix propaganda, mate. That's the whole reason behind it, dude. Yeah. It's just Netflix propaganda. Following on decent, but 2 in the finale failed. All about Netflix propaganda, dude. Everyone's gay. So next bolt, and that's going to be a single. That's the thing, and I say this all the time. I don't have a problem with you being gay. You can be gay. I am well and truly in support of you being who you want to be and who you are. But just don't be gay with me. I'm not going to be with it. So you don't need to force that narrative and agenda down my throat. Like which they force across the entirety of the world's throat. It's like you're being told that's. It's just really weird to me. It's like I don't give a shit about your sexuality. I like females. You like men. Congratulations. You do that. I do this. We do our own thing. I've had friends in the past who've been gay. I've got no problem with people who are gay, but you just don't need to force it on anybody else's. Force it on anybody else, and for it to be such a huge point of Stranger Things, just made it just so stupid. It made it really stupid. End of the over, and it'll be 2 from the over. And it had a great conclusion, lacked real stakes in action, but we've been explained to why all series. The upside down monster have always suffered in heat. That's why defeat's so easy. Everyone says killed the main villain halfway through the episode. Finale did not fail. Argue with a war. Season 5 was poor though overall. Agree. Brett Neslick says, yeah, that's right. I was told from 4 teenage boys that come into my work, so a family or older gen would say different about it. Yeah, exactly. And again, it's not saying that they're wrong. They're not wrong. Does anyone disagree with my opinion and take on what I just said, by the way? Does anyone disagree with my opinion and take on the conversation I just spoke about? Wyoming says, Duckett or Weatherald? Who's better, folks? Weatherald. Well, I'd say neither at the moment. I'd say neither. But Weatherald has got the highest score of the series between the two. But Duckett has probably got more consistent scores, even though they've been shit. They did that with 5 minutes to go in the penultimate episode. Not good timing. Not good timing, mate. No, not good timing. And dot ball. Now we might be having Cynthia Erivo as Rapunzel. I did see the rumors of this. This is a joke, yeah. It is a joke. I don't... because there have been rumors of this. There's no way. It's rumored and discussed as a potential Rapunzel. It's got to be. It's incredible stuff. The world's gone mad, bro. I'm going to get some sushi. Keep it up. Have a great day, lads. Go. All right, Hayden. You have a good one, champion. Looking forward to the Titans beating the Eels later on this year. Lager says, being gay is fine if it's kept to yourself and other gays. Exactly right. And I don't think that's a stupid thing to say. That's not an offensive thing to say. I used to have a really close friend of mine back in the day when I was working at Movie World, and I worked in the Halloween scare show. Oh, up in the air. Oh, I didn't know. I thought he nicked it, but no, he didn't. That was a good bouncer there from Stark. I don't know, when I was working at Movie World as one of those scare actors for the Halloween Fright Nights, one of my closest friends was a very effeminate gay, like extremely gay. There was no problem. Like, awesome dude, love him to bits, amazing guy, and didn't force anything in regards to like a way of thought process onto anybody else. Just went about his own thing. Great. Also had, by the way, if you've got a gay friend, they've got the hottest friends ever. They've got the hottest girlfriends ever. It's brilliant. If you have a friend of yours, that's going to be a dot ball, he had some of the hottest friends imaginable, bro. Imaginable. You know, it works. It works well. As long as you're not trying to hook up with me, it works well. Like, it's just as simple as that. They've got the hottest girls ever. Brandon says it shouldn't be pushed in the schooling system as part of education, like I've heard in the States. Happens in parts of our education too, which I disagree heavily with. But yeah, it definitely happens in America. Baffles me why being gay even comes in conversation. I agree, Carl. Why are people thinking about what others do in the bedroom is weird. I know, it's crazy. why does sexuality become people's entire being? You know, their entire personality. Why is it that I need to know your sexuality? I don't care. I don't care. And next ball from Stark, and good shot there from Bethel. That should go for a 4, and that will go for a 4. So it's gonna be 1 for 47. No, it is ridiculous why it needs to be forced, and they say because it needs to be a part of the conversation. It doesn't need to be part of Jack, actually. It doesn't need to be part of anything. Smith says, no, you don't want a girl with heaps of gay friends. They're perpetually single for a reason. No, but I'm not saying necessarily. I'm just saying the girl who has, like, a guy who is gay usually has a lot of female friends, and a lot of them do usually be quite attractive, right? So I'm saying is that if you were friends with this person, well, you know, you've got a plethora, you've got of opportunity available to you, you know? Uh, oh, Harrison comes in. Here we go again with the cricket. You know what, England? You've just lost the series. You've just lost the game. I just want to point this out there for all the English fans. You've just lost the game because he's commented. You know why? Because Harrison was here for Test 1. England lost. Harrison was here for Test 2. England lost. Harrison was here for Test 3. England lost. Harrison was not here for Test 4. England won. Harrison is now here for Test 5. You have just gone and lost the game. Harrison, you have not come here for a win yet. What are we talking about today? Harrison, we were speaking about movie, and then we got on to TV shows, and then we spoke about the agenda and narrative of propaganda being pushed and certain things being shoved, and for lack of a better word, but it's a great word actually, shoved down your throat. And then we've ultimately gotten to when you have a gay friend, they usually have really attractive female friends. So we went down a pathway. We went down a pathway, and then we got to the pathway where you haven't watched England win yet. You haven't watched England win yet. Carl says, hi, Harrison. Good to see you. Elagan says, it was funny, though, that Will Byers' ending in Stranger Things is just him meeting other guys in a gay bar, being the main character with that sort of ending is just sad. I don't care about... I don't find it sad. It's like, feel free to like who you want to like. It's just don't make it the whole narrative you're pushing. She says, should I put my house in Australia this test as Harrison has arrived? I think you should put your everything. I think you should put the city of Jaipur on Australia with this test because Harrison has arrived. Olivia says, when are you heading up to Barwell? I had to customize. You look like a fielder. What are you talking about, Olivia? Olivia, are you off your rocker? Have you had a few too many to drink at 10:30 a.m. in Brisbane? What's going on here? And good field in green. Need that. A rare bit of love from Carlo. I think, well, he's being sarcastic there, Harrison. I think the oh hi tells me everything I need to know. At least no, I haven't. Well, what are you saying then? When are you heading up to Bowl? Also, Bowl is BOWL. Bowel is what you've said. So, like your bowels and your stomach. So you said, when are you heading up to Bowel? I had to accustom my eyes. You look like a fielder. Do you see what I mean? Like, what's happening here? What are we doing? What are we thinking here? It's the green hat and white collared shirt. Well, see, there's a problem here, and that's that this is not green. It's not green. Where's the green here, Olivia? Where's the green? You see green? There's no green at all. This is black tweed-head seagulls hat. This is a nice shirt, though. Dude, I got this for Christmas. It is so nice. My eyes were like dinner plates on New Year's. Thank you, Brenton. Olivia says, through the camera it looks green. Does it really? I asked the rest of the chat. Does it look green? I'm looking at the camera. And that's a good shot. That is a good shot. So, Rawley will get a boundary. Does it? It doesn't look green to me. Doesn't look green to me. Did you give him hate on Boxing Day for me, Carl? Hell of a match. Shit-ass match. Shit-ass match. No, look, I gave my fair due credit. I gave my fair due credit, but it was a shit match. It really was. And I said, like, no matter who wins this, it's shockingly shit-ass. Mark says Harrison isn't going for $20. It's $20. Next ball. Oh! Got him! Boom! Crawley's gone 16. Oh, you're going to review it, but I think he might be gone here. I think he might be gone here, son. I think he might be gone here, champion. Are they going to review it? They are going to review it. They're not convinced, though. I'm pretty certain that he gets him here. You're telling me that the umpires have given the bowlers the advantage here. You're kidding. No way. I don't believe it. You're kidding. No way. I don't believe it. And yeah, he's gone, baby. Oh, he's gone. You can't tell me he's not gone here. Umpire's call, baby. Thank you. Off you pop, Crawley. Off you pop, Crawley. Off you pop, son. Umpire's review comes in clutch for the Aussies, baby. I need a hero. And his name is Mitch Stark. Well, it was Michael Neese who bowled that one, to be fair. Olivia says, my brain and eyes are pretty fried. I don't know why, but I was up at 2 a.m. watching those weird vertical dramas. Yeah, I know, real slop acting, but so addicting. I agree, Olivia. That's a weird thing you said because I agree with it. It's so strange how it is the most awful acting on the planet, but it just draws you in. Yeah, Harrison comes in and there's a wicket. Yeah, the Harrison curse is real. It's right. You're right. It was Harrison curse. Oh, no. Oh, no, Harrison. What have you done to yourself? What have you done? Harrison into his work already. Day 4 and 5 ticket holders should be in a spot above it now. Harrison, what have you done? But, oh, yeah, I don't know what it is, Olivia, but the fact that they're so addicting, but they're so shit is just insane. I don't get it. I don't get how it's, like, possible. Oh, there's a drinks break, is it? Yep, it is a drinks break. I'm going to quickly run to the bathroom. Give me a second, guys. Thumbs up, subscribe. Keep talking in the chat. Harrison, you're up at bot. Righty. All right. Was there another close wicket just then? Oh, my goodness me. Jeez, we nearly got him again. It's funny because this pitch isn't really doing anything for the bowlers. Let's get 7 plus back on. Libby says, there was one I watched this morning about a mum throwing a baby out of the plane that was crashing, who was then caught by a billionaire pet eagle. Okay, yeah, no, that wouldn't interest me. I'm talking about those I agree that they still addict you, but that's the thing. It sounds awful. It sounds. Why are they showing us a horse race on 7 Plus? Oh, because Stark owns this horse called Get It Fixed. I was going to say, and it won. Jeez, it just got through. Good run. Harrison, please come to the chat when the English plays India too. Would love to see you that day, or if you're busy for some reason, please allow me the access for your account. I don't know if I could sit through 5 days of 2 international teams that weren't Australia. For mine, I could sit through a T20 of teams that aren't Australia. I don't know if I could sit through England, India. I could probably sit through England, India. I couldn't sit through like Indian. 5 days of a game. I know Indians, you love your cricket. It's like with rugby league. I can easily watch Jamaica versus Serbia and still enjoy it, right? Because rugby league is my main sport. In football, I could watch Tunisia versus Ghana because I love it. And I love cricket, but just with 5 days, it's so long. Because like football, it's 2 hours. With T20, it's like 3.5 hours. An ODI, I could do 5 days of not having a emotional investment in the match for mine. I just don't know if I could do it. I ask that to everybody else here as well. No matter where you're from, obviously Indians, you are a different breed when it comes to cricket. You do just love cricket. But for people who aren't Indian, do you have the ability to watch 5-day test matches that don't involve your team? Carl says you don't do 5 days of Australia versus England. Hey Carl, that's because we don't get 5 days of Australia versus damn well England. We don't get it. You know why? Because England don't usually give it to us. They finally gave it to us in Adelaide. They still won by 82 runs. That's why we don't do it. That's why we don't do 5 days. But are people able to sit down and watch, say... Actually, Tis, I'll even ask you, that's going to go for a 2. For Berthel, who'll be on 6. I even ask you, Tish, are you able to watch a 5-day test match between Ireland and Zimbabwe? Could you watch Ireland Zimbabwe in a 5-day test match? My FYP is just odd. Can you guys tell me how many fingers I'm holding up right now, just so I know how far behind you are? Indians can even watch India play Italy in a test match in that last 5 days. No, but that's your team though. No, what I'm saying is other teams. Right, I know you can. I'm saying I could watch Australia play the Antarctic Penguins for 10 days because Australia. That's a good shot. It should go for a 4 there from Bethel. It's easier to watch your own team. It's easier to watch Australia, or if you're English, it's easier to watch England. I'm saying if it's 5 days of teams that aren't yours playing each other too. Okay, so about 10 seconds behind. Lagan is about 30 years behind. No wonder his name is Lagan. And Olivia is drunk. No, she is. With 7. No, she is. No, I don't think it's him. I don't think it's hard to watch your own team play. I just think it's hard to watch England versus New Zealand for 5 days when you're not English or Kiwi. I'll pop in and out. Like, don't get me wrong. I'll pop in and out of a West Indies versus New Zealand, or I'll pop in and out of a Sri Lanka versus Bangladesh. But I couldn't give a shit. I guess if cricket was bigger on the channel and whatnot, we'd do a bit more. But like, I do enough content as it is. Not in the off season. In the cricket season, we only do the kind of bare minimum in a lot of ways. Rugby league season is when it gets real red hot here. So Jacob Bethel on 10. And, up in the air, no run. I can watch Australia play 5 days, but you all know I'm a secret Aussie. You're not even a secret Aussie anymore, Carl. It's not a secret, mate. It's not a secret, champion. Come on. It's just like Harrison when he was trying to inquire about getting a visa permanent resident visa or even a citizenship to Australia. The other, I think it took him till test 2 to inquire about it. Yeah, it is what it is. I don't know if England, the English will ever forgive us for escaping. Statistics, I can say the majority of Indians can manage to watch Ireland versus Zimbabwe. It's a cricket mad nation. It's so large in number 2. Yeah, look, I agree with you. Oh, he's gone. See you later. Bang! Scotty Bowling! Scotty Bowling! It's 3:57, son. Ooh. 3 wickets down. Jacob Bethel is gone. Yeah, look, Brenton, we do have to say thank you to Harrison. Cheers, Harrison. As soon as he came in, it was looking pretty solid. It was looking pretty solid for England, but as soon as Harrison came in, the old Harrow, the old Ash Harrow, Harrison, since he came in, 2 quick wickets, Jacob Bethel gone for 10. 10? Kiwi. Thanks, Harrow. Shatish says, Harrison, please leave the chat as soon as possible, please. Want this test to last at least 4 days. Right now, this very second. The funny thing is that this pitch isn't looking like it's doing anything for the bowling. It's just the bowling has been really, really good here from Michael Neser, Scott Boland, and Mitchie Stark. And it's an even round right now. 317 highest score in Test career. Yeah, give us his highest score in Test career on a normal pitch. This isn't the World Dart Championship final replay. Well, we aren't quite yet at the 180. It's only 57, mate. Only 57. But they'll get a couple of runs here, which will take them to 59. How do we get Harrison a visa? I'll help him. No, Harrison. We actually don't allow Harrisons into Australia. And the reason why I say Harrison is because Harrison Ford, he can come in. Hey, Harrison Ford can come in, but we have a requirement as a country. We're only allowed 1 Harrison internationally to come in, and we have given that slot to Harrison Ford. So, unfortunately, Harrison does not have the ability to come to Australia. No, would have done it otherwise. Carl would have done it, but that is the laws and regulations in our constitution. Tigers fans, we'll need to see both teams bat on it, but it feels like a mix of good bowling and poor batting. Yeah, I agree. Yep, I would agree. You always have to wait for both teams to have a bat. But this doesn't look like it's doing too much in regards to the bowling. It just looks like there is some good bowling and obviously some decent batting as well. There's 45 minutes to go into the lunch break. 45 minutes to go. Kraken Ball says, Ashes is not Ashes anymore. The rivalry is long gone. It's dead, one-sided. Kraken, you know why I agree with you? It's not dead, but the reason I'll agree with the sentiment that you're trying to achieve there is that when you've got the English as a majority, not entirety, but as a majority, celebrating an individual win on Australian soil for the first time in 15 years in a series they've already lost 3-0, now 3-1. But in a series that already lost, when they're celebrating that as if it's a successful series, game's gone. Game is 100% gone. But, as I said at the beginning of the stream, the best thing for them is to lose this game. They must lose this game. And this is for the benefit of England. And English fans may laugh at me. Don't really care. But the benefit of your nation in cricket is that you lose this game. If you win this game, you're going to have the worst false sense of security I've ever seen in regards to baseball being a good technique. Rob Key will stay. Brendan McCullum will stay. Successful series. You wish it's not a successful series. You could win this game by 3 innings. You could win by a game by 17 innings. You could win this game with a 1,000,000-run lead. And it would be the worst thing possible for England. You need a complete rebuild. You need it. You do. Because whilst you've got the talent, get rid of Brendan McCullum. That's a great start. Good shot there from Joe Root. He'll get to 4. He'll get to 6, but that's a 4. You need to lose this game because otherwise you'll think this baseball shit works. It doesn't. It doesn't work. Nothing. Is there any rain for the pump's sake? There is meant to be rain at 2 p.m. today, Olivia, but tomorrow's meant to be fine. Tuesday's meant to be fine. Wednesday and Thursday meant to be fine. Luke Littler won again. I saw he was copping a bit of hate. Why is Luke Littler copping hate? I don't keep up to date with darts, but I see a lot through my reels and whatnot. We need to lose. Key can go in the management, but get Vaughan and see what happens. Yeah, I don't think that would hurt. And that will be a dot ball, 363. What is that batting lineup? Haven't seen the roster. Heard that Uzi retired. Is he getting one last hoorah? Getting one last hoorah. So our batting lineup is Travis Head and Jake Weatherald. And then we've got Marn. Then we've got Stevie Smith. Then we've got Usman. Then we've got Cameron Green. And then we'll have Bo Webster. And then it will be Michael Nisa. Mitchy Stark. And Scott Boland. Who am I missing? Oh, who am I missing? I'm missing one. I'm missing someone. I am missing someone. Let me go quickly have a look here. I know that order is correct. The order that I'm saying is correct here, but I know I'm missing someone. Worked one game because of a shit pitch. Come mate, obviously works. Exactly right, does. I'd to oblivion stand by. Who did I miss? No, I was right. I didn't miss anybody. Marn. It was Head, Weatherald, Marn, Steve Smith. It was pain look just then came from the fact that I knew I was muted. I'm back. I reckon you guys are lying. I reckon you're lying. Bunch of lies. I'm not muted. I'm not muted, no way. Oh, massive inside edge there. This is good bowling here from Australia. This is good bowling. Tigers fan says, for any English in the chat, is Bethel like a nailed on third bat? I feel like he's being burnt here. No need to have him bat this high. I think he's had... I think he did well on a pitch kind of perfect for the English game at the MCG. And was okay in parts of this, but 364 is not great. Run rate of 4.47. Well, where do you put him? Because Joe Root's not coming in at 3. Ben Stokes not coming at 3. Beth will kind of only make sense at 3. Oh! Massive inside edge again, but onto the pad. My word, Harry Brook is asking for trouble early. Yeah, Bethel kind of needs... Oh, wait. Yeah, Bethel is 3 or 4. I think Bethel is 3, yeah. He was 3. Jeez, look at the quads on the Scotty Bowl, man. Get on the Scotty Bowl, man. So Root on 6 from 9, Brook on 1 from 2. Next bowl. Double. I wonder how the Sunshine Coast was. I had a good time. Ashes is just like the India-Pakistan rivalry, which is much talked off but isn't competitive now. Both the rivalries are pretty much one-sided from the past few years. Satish, Ashes is always the biggest rivalry in cricket. Pakistan and India is a political rivalry that shows its face in cricket. I don't think that Pakistan-India is a cricketing rivalry. That's a hot take for you. I do not believe that India and Pakistan is a cricketing rivalry. I think it is a political rivalry that shows its face in cricket, whilst Australia versus England is a cricketing rivalry. Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh, he's gone. This might be just missing. Oh, might be just missing. They may review it. I think they're saying hi. They won't review. Jeez, it was close, though. Hello, Mr. Brocky. Would you disagree with my statement there, Shatish? A lot of questions being asked by Scotty Bowling. He loves it here. Oh, Luke Littler just gets hate because he's the best. And because he's so young, Smister. Yeah. What's he, like 19 years old or something? Again, I don't really know much about darts. I'd love to go to it, though. My place that I'm staying at in Vietnam actually has a dartboard inside. It's so cool. So cool. Asia's a really good place if you want to really master the arts of playing pool or playing darts or getting scammed on one of those one of those games that you play at the bars. There's a single there for Harry Brook. Give it a captain's challenge. I'll give you an uppercut. How about that, Logan? Tigers fans, so I think genuinely you'd be better off just leaving Pope in. That third bat, similar to Australia, as a cursed chalice. On Australia's pitch, I did prefer, and I do prefer Bedford to Ollie Pope. Pope is earning his wages Waterboy. He is a sub. He is an emergency, so that means that he is still getting his £15,000 match payment. So just a reminder, guys, whilst you all sit at home, whilst we all sit at home, Ollie Pope in this series has earned 15, 30, 45, 60, 75,000 pounds for doing what he's done. So if you ever thought that you were struggling in life, well, that enhances it. Best way to learn darts is to have a degenerate barfly dad who uses the darts board as a babysitter. You know, it was great with my dad back in the day, like when he was still living in Australia. He had a pretty good place right next to Doomben Racecourse in Brisbane. Literally on that road. If anyone's been to Brisbane, I've said this before, anyone's been to Doomben Racecourse and they know where the train station is at Doomben, literally across the road from the entrance on the corner, the long White House, that was where my dad lived and we lived for a long time. Really cool place. I wish he owned that place like when I was 18 because when all the people would leave different racecourse, they'd all come past the house and like I was like 6 years old, 5 years old at the time. But like attractive people coming down, attractive women coming down all the time. You play basketball, play darts all the time. I wish I was 18, but I wasn't. But he had a dartboard there. He had like a really cool outdoor back setup. He also bought one of those massive basketball hoops. I was always playing the shots down at the garage area. So much fun, man. But yeah, no, he loved a good bit of darts. He loved poker as well. He also loves his chess. He plays chess all the time, dude. Now I play a lot of chess, though, to be fair. Mark says the actual Pope is better than Ollie. Well, he's from Chicago, so I back it. He is from Chicago, but he's a White Sox fan. I'm a Cubs fan. But at least he's from Chicago. There's a single there, Harry Brook. Give over. I'm better than Pope. Carla, back you. I do. That enhances it. No, that does, Brenton. It does. What do you think? I'm here to motivate you? No, I'm here to enhance how shit you feel. You think I'm meant to be? You've got all these YouTubers and these content creators who are there to promote positivity and to keep you motivated and to say, hey, listen, you've got this. And I'm here saying, Ollie Pope's made 75,000 for someone who's been absolutely dog shit. How are you doing? We're real on this channel here, man. We're real. You know, you want to hear things that other people aren't going to say. Well, that's me. It answers it. 150k, not bad. 150k. No, 75,000 pound. Don't forget though that he's earned the 800,000 pound for the retainer, effectively. All the players get basically like 700, 800,000 pound retainer. This Pope belongs to church. Only who the hell got him into the cricket team? Well, he's spitting out money. 40 days until I fly. I hope you've got plenty of those little small portrait films to watch on the plane, Olivia. 40 days till you fly. I am 18 days until I fly. 18 days. How do I get Ollie Pope's job? So, Brendan, look, unfortunately, you're too good for Ollie Pope's job. Yeah, no, unfortunately, are you able to get a single run on the field, do you reckon? When you play, Div 17 Maitland cricket, and I know you're batting in 8, but are you able to get one run? If that's the case, then yeah, Look, even if you get 0 runs, but you at least fight hard for it, I still reckon you're a little bit better than Ollie Pope. Div 17 is a tough gig, Maitland. Gee whiz, tough gig. So I think that if you're holding out for at least like 3 balls, I reckon you're too good for the job. Harrison says, the name Harry Brook isn't earned its least and rent is due every day. Keep respecting no one, Brookie. What are you even talking about? He's on 3 runs. What are we doing here, Harrison? What are you saying? What are you saying? Where did that even come from? What was the purpose of that comment? What was the purpose of the comment? What are you actually saying? I'm trying to find an evidence shirt to wear. Just get one while you're there, Olivia. Yeah, Carl says, well, I don't know what he's on about, Carl. Carl, I think get control. Get control of your countrymen. For God's sake, get control of your damn well countrymen at this point. She says, agree that India-Pakistan rivalry started off from political vision, but the cricketing rivalry was competitive till the Pakistan cricket fell apart. Sure, but I still feel like that's a political rivalry that shows its face in cricket. I don't think it's a pure cricketing rivalry. I guess you could make it. It's not a similar argument, but you could make the argument that Australia versus England isn't actually specifically a cricketing rivalry on that same basis because it is based off of colonialism and, being derived from English over the years, but it is a pure cricketing rivalry. I would say that rugby is also, but that's the thing. It's more of a, I guess you could make the same argument, but Australia versus England will always be the biggest rivalry in cricket. Test cricket, anyway. Yeah, Test cricket, not ODIs or T20. T20, I'm happy to give you India versus Pakistan. I'd be happy to say T20 India versus Pakistan. An inside edge misses the stumps. It'll be a single for Harry Brook. Harrison says, such a talented player that Brook. Aussies don't like him because he respects nobody. Who said anything about Harry Brook and not liking him? Did you ever hear the words, I don't like Harry Brook, come out of my mouth? Besides right then, when I'm just explaining that I don't know what you're talking about right now. Harrison, look, it's 1 a.m. for you. I feel like it may be time for you to go to bed. I feel like it's time to lay off of the tequila. Where did Bethel and Crawley go? They went to bed, where you should probably be, Harrison. Have you watched this series, Harrison? I don't think he knows if he's watched this series or not. I don't think he knows. I feel even more stupid having listened to that comment. It's a great point. It is a good point. So Brook on 4. Grow up, Harrison. He comes in, he sees 2 wickets go, and then starts yapping on about Harry Brook randomly. Brook is okay, Harrison is dodgy. Yeah, look, I actually don't mind Harry Brook. I don't think he's done anything in the series, but I don't mind Harry Brook. That Harrison Sands bloke, though. Now, that's a worry. Completely missed Bethel and Crawley. So you're saying you've just come back. So you came in. 2 wickets came because of you. Now you've just come back. So once you go again, we're going to see another couple of wickets. I like it. Sean slapped him there. Yeah, Harrison, you've been slapped by Sean on that one. You have been slapped by him there. You can't even fight it. You cannot even fight it. And that is the king, because he is in Thailand. So he knows all about that kind of stuff. Carl says, we have even made a fictional cricketer called Harry Green because they have made such poor decisions. That is cool. That is a great point. But yeah, there's a perfect example of Harry Brook being Harry Green. But it will go for a 4. That could have gone literal anywhere. Harry Green. Now that's a great duo. Harrison, send me your dealer's number, mate. This stuff is pretty good. Harrison's dealer is the greatest in the business. The greatest in the damn well business. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to get back to Vietnam and have banh mi. You have no idea how much I'm craving a coconut coffee and a banh mi. That's the first thing I'm getting in the morning. That's the first thing that I'm getting is a banh mi and a coconut coffee. But it's an iced coconut coffee. That's going to be 2 there for Harry Brook. He'll get to 10. It's an iced coconut coffee. I'm not a massive fan of the hot coconut coffees, but like the coconut smoothie coffee. Oh my gosh, it's the greatest invention since probably Harry Brook, really. So 17 overs gone, 3 for 75. And also, Harry Grant is not a fictional character, Carl. He's not a fictional character. Let's not disrespect Harry Green. Now, that's a player that I would want as my captain. But if he's the English captain, obviously he has to be from New Zealand. All right, so there is half an hour to go until the lunch break. Australia winning this session so far. Wouldn't be in great spirits either after that excellence on Boxing Day, just the English standard I'm used to. Yeah, no, brilliant stuff, Harrison. It is unfortunate that they were already down 3-0 and had already lost the series for the 10th consecutive year. Cameron Green's coming on for a bowl, by the way. Cameron Greeny coming on for a bowl. Yeah, look, Harrison, I agree with you, mate. Setting the standards real high for English cricket, and that's what we've got to do. And winning at the MCG is massive. We will forget that the series was done and dusted, and we were without Paddy Cummins, and we were without Nathan Lyon, and we were without Josh Hazlewood. That definitely, that obviously you got to remove that from the equation, and also that it was considered one of the worst pitches in the modern era that we've ever seen. We'll forget about that. Amazing stuff, and setting the bar high, down 3-0 to win that game. I'm really impressed, actually. I'm impressed. I'm very, very impressed. I don't know how I'm ever going to recover, let alone Australia. I don't know if I'll ever recover. I actually haven't slept in 8 days since that test match. I haven't slept. I haven't been able to sleep because it's just been so brutal on my mental health watching us lose the MCG after winning the series 3-0. It's so brutal. The amount of almond lattes that I needed to get through that just absolute beatdown was just brutal, mate. I don't know if I'll ever recover. Everyone says Cameron Green versus Harry Brook. What a match. Yeah, it is Cameron Green versus Harry Brook. Well, it's versus Root right now. And the worst Aussie team in 15 years. Yeah, no, the worst Aussie team in 15 years as well. Just shows who digs in when the wicket's difficult. Okay. So Perth was similar. How did Perth go for you, Harrison? That was a pretty difficult pitch, no? That's pretty difficult. So what you're saying when you say that, Harrison, is that that's difficult and Australia only win on the easy pitches. Why can't England win on easy pitches? Why is it that Australia wins on the easy pitches and also wins 50% of the difficult pitches? So you're telling me that England sometimes will win on a difficult pitch? Look, well done, dear. Again, the easy pitches, you lost to England. You lost to India at home, didn't you? You lost to India at home? Can I just confirm? Can I clarify? Can I qualify? Can I believe? Did you lose to India at home? Carl says, disclaimer, the views of Harrison does not represent the views of all English cricket fans. We apologise for any inconvenience caused. We appreciate your understanding during this difficult time. That's going to be a pinned comment. That is going to be a pinned comment there in the chat because that is much needed for people to see. Bro's dropping disclaimers for me. Just go read your kid a book. Wait a second. Why? Let's leave the kids out of it here, champion. Insult each other, have a laugh, and slap each other down, but we'll definitely leave the kids out of it. Billy, buddy, he's the greatest cricket fan. He's been a bigger cricket fan than me. He absolutely crushes it when it comes to the old cricket. He watches more cricket than you watch, Harrison, you cat. What do you read your kid a book? Leave it out. Dear me. The greatest dealer just got airlifted out of his own country. That's valid. So Cameron Green, next bowl. And that's going to be a dead ball. Yeah, bringing the kids in a bit. That's why I had to reply that way, Logan. The disclaimer was definitely warranted, Brenton. It's always. Cracker Ball says, something in me tells me Cameron Green took some extra pressure for no reason after he got sold for 4.2 million AED. What's been the difference between what he's done before and after?
Sure, I won't disagree with you, but what has been your noticeable difference to give you that belief from before to after? Because I don't think there is a. Yeah, I really think that there's not much of a difference overall. So there would have to be something noticeable that you've seen between before and after for you to say that because the 4.2 million. And again, I'm not disagreeing with you, but saying you would have to have seen something noticeable. Really thought we were getting somewhere too calm, me too, but then you started talking. Yeah, that is usually Harrison's problem. You do start to feel like you're getting somewhere. You start to, okay, now we're moving, and then yeah, he does drop a comment, talk about Harry Brook and Ben Duckett hundreds and stuff like that. The Ben Duckett 100. We're still waiting for that Ben Duckett 100, Harrison. I'm just trying to figure out when it does happen. Has he? This is a great question. Has Ben Duckett got 100 through the series so far? As in collectively. I know he's got like... another inside edge. Let's go. I'm going to go have a look. How much runs has Ben Duckett got across the series? This is a crazy comment because you did say he'd get 101 innings and don't know about that so far. Test 1. Ben Duckett. Oh, he might be at like 130 or something like that. Ben Duckett got 21 and 28. So there's 49. So I'm pretty certain he's got there. I'm pretty certain. And then test 2, he got 0. So still on 49. And 15. So 64. And then we go to test 3. He's on 64 currently. And he got 29. So 74, 84, 93. And then he got 4. 97. He didn't get 100 collectively through the first 3 tests, which 2 of which were on massively bat-friendly pitches, mind you. And then did pretty well. No, we got 2, so we got to 99 in the first innings of the MCG. And then he got the 34, which was good. So it took him until the second innings of the 4th test for him to get past 100. The second innings of the 4th test. And mind you, the first 2 of 3, as in Adelaide and Brisbane, were both bat-friendly pitches. He's scared a few hundreds in the series, just never fully found rhythm. He's scared a few hundreds? Yeah, no, he definitely has scared. I think his highest runs was 34. More ducks than hundreds. You're not wrong. Not wrong. That's dot ball. If we wanted to. 100 bombs in the chat. That is true. Yeah, you do need to thick skin on this channel, man. You do, because saying Harrison has taken offense, I guess. Maybe. I hope he hasn't, though. At the end of the day, Australians and English, we love our banter, man. We love our shit talk. Like, it's nothing. We don't think you're an awful bloke, Harrison. We just think you're an awful bloke. Like, but no, like, it's just... It is a good laugh, and there's no way to get through cricket without it. Because we can't have this kind of banter with Australia versus India, because Indians, for the most part, don't understand it. Shatish, you do, but you also had to be told as well, because you thought we were being serious. I was being serious about you being a CIA agent for England. Do you know what I mean? So, like, people will understand it over time, but you can't have this kind of same banter with Australia versus India, because... a lot of Indians will get genuinely offended at what you're saying. Kiwis are good. Obviously, Kiwis are great. Americans are 50-50. For the most part, they understand it, but also a significant part, so maybe not 50-50, but 60-40. 40% will take offence to it. I would actually say 50-50. No. That's going to be 2 runs there for Joe Root. He'll get to 11. Can't spell duck without duck. That is true. But this is right. It's not that we don't like you, Harrison. We just disagree with everything you believe or stand for. Jagger says, you think I care if Indians get offended? No, but I know you don't. And honestly, neither do I. But to an extent. Like, obviously, not too far. But it's different because it's easy for the back and forth with us because I call you a dick, you call me a dick. We understand that it's just all part of the laughs and the banter. But if you are having a Pakistan series and like for example, if I go and say, even though I like Joe Root, but if I go and say Joe Root is a dickhead, right? Just for example, you guys will be like, okay, whatever. You'll probably slap Steve Smith and say he's crying on the telly or something like that, and we'll both understand it. We'll both get it. If I went and said Bubba Azam is a dickhead, the whole of bloody Pakistan would just hate me and just completely, go at me just 100%. That's where a lot of content creators make their views and make their money from those kind of hate things. There's a lot of YouTubers who go to India and Pakistan and go to the slums and the bad areas, the dirty areas, and then just hate watch it. Which will get views. That's going to be a double. Which will get views, but by like there's a YouTuber who is in India who makes lots of views, like millions of views, from hating India, but he stays in India a lot. So it's like he deliberately does it to get the views from the Indians. And I hated that. The thing when I went to India is that there is amazing parts of it. There is awful parts of it. Like there is dirty, it is smelly, it is bad. But then there is also amazing, beautiful, unreal. It's completely just opposite sides of the spectrum, but they choose to go to this side. They don't choose to go to that side. Go to Udaipur. Don't go to Agra's slums or Delhi slums or Mumbai slums. Go to Udaipur. Go to Jaisalmer. Go to Kashmir. You couldn't go to Kashmir at the time. Go to Meghalaya. Go to all these different places. Beautiful, unbelievable, not really the India you know of, but they choose to go here just to get those views to hate watch. And that's the thing. If I hate on England, people are going to be like, oh, stupid Aussie, but he just talk shit about sandpaper or some shit. But you talk bad about a Pakistan player like Bubba Azam, or you talk bad about Virat Kohli or Jasprit Bumrah, it's the end of the world. This will shock you, Harrison. He got out. Harrison said, what did truly happen to Crawley? Yeah, no, he did get out. No, you are right there. You are right there in regards to him getting out. Carl? He was out. 17 minutes to go until the lunch break. Cameron Green bowling. Everyone says there is awful parts to every country, just don't go to them. Yeah, but there is lesser awful parts in certain countries. Like, for example, the awful parts in America is a lot less awful than Australia, but it is but the American parts is a lot less awful than the worst parts of, say, Brazil in regards to danger value. And then in regards to dirtiness, Australia is far less, significantly less than, say, than India, for example. I would say that. Would you say as a collective? I would say it probably is, and this is with all due respect, I'm about to say positive, but I would say India overall probably does have is the most dirty in a lot of aspects, but it's only in specific areas. It's not everywhere. Like, again, Udaipur was not dirty. The lake, it wasn't exactly clean. But there are lakes around that were very, very clean and beautiful. And the scenery was unreal. Dreamyard was awesome to be at. It's hard to speak about because you don't want it to come across as offensive, but you are. It's an observation as well. Have you been to Pakistan? Not been to Pakistan yet, Shatij. Not been to Pakistan yet. Why? Why do you say this? I would say there's a lot of similarities between Pakistan and India in regards to the discussions we're talking about. That's a 4 there for Joe Root. He'll get to 18. Ready for a jinx? These two appear to be playing Test cricket. They do appear to be playing Test cricket. Harry Brook 13 for 21, Root 14 for 23. But the only issue here is that Harry Brook is at the crease. That's the only issue. And when Harry Brook is at the crease, the guy is a bit of a melon, son. He's a bit of a melon. Just Portland alone in the US is worse poverty than the whole of Australia. Yeah, I would agree. Like, Australians don't realise that when people come out and say that, stop saying Australia is the lucky country because, trust me, there's a lot of contextually speaking, Australia is the best country to live in the world, in my opinion. I would say, please feel free to argue it. Tell me why I'm wrong. Why, contextually speaking, is Australia not the best country to live in the world? it's not purely safe, but it's a significant. It's probably one of the safer countries across the world, despite what's happening, because that stuff happens everywhere. That's a double, Larry Brook. 386. I would say New Zealand. What in regards to what? I would say probably not in regards to financial situation, because New Zealand, it's harder to look at all the Kiwis who live in Australia, mind you. But New Zealand, their expenses, I think, are above Australia's expenses, or is it on the same line as Australia's expenses? But their dollar is less value, and also there's not as many job opportunities. So I would disagree. I would say New Zealand is beautiful. Like, if we're talking about beauty, I love New Zealand, but so is Australia, and so is a lot of other countries. But the financial situation of New Zealand makes it near impossible to live there unless you're already wealthy. Otherwise, you go into a kind of poverty. Chuck says, how will the Aussies feel if they lose this test? Bothered much? Not particularly. Not really, dude. Like, it won't be great. You would like to see Australia win the final test. It's a series win regardless. You don't want to have to be relying upon the series win notion. By winning the final game of the test series, I don't think it does too much, but it just gives you that confidence to say we won 4-1 rather than we won the series. You know, because England will go rattle on about 3-2. Australians will say, well, we got the series again. I would rather, again, I wouldn't be particularly bothered, but I would prefer to win this just so that it's a clean 4-1 rather than we won the series. Just talking on the beauty basis. Well, on the beauty basis, you can find the same thing in Australia. Why on the beauty basis? What makes New Zealand more specifically more beautiful than Australia? New Zealand is beautiful, I've been. New Zealand is a beautiful place, but also you can find absolute stunning scenery all across Australia too, whether you want the mountains or you want the beach or you want the outback scenery. Now, the outback scenery isn't for everybody. Nisa, with 2 runs there off the over. The outback scenery is stunning. It really is. Australia is extremely diverse. You can find the ski mountains and ski fields and whatnot in Victoria and southern New South Wales for Australia. Tasmania is beautiful for a very similar reasons to why New Zealand's beautiful. The only problem with Australia is New South Wales, everyone says. Sorry, Carl. Your comment. This is the pinned comment. This is the pinned comment. This is the pinned comment here. Yeah. The only problem with Australia is New South Wales. Look, it's a fact. It is a fact. 11 minutes to go here until lunch break. A mate of mine moved to Australia from New Zealand to get more coin to go set up his arborist business back there. Yeah, look, there you go. You need to move internationally to make the money to be able to go and live there permanently. It's like you can't, it's really difficult to have the opportunities in New Zealand now, limited population, limited opportunities overall. It's really difficult to actually grow internally, domestically. Oh, that's going to go for a 4. Nice shot there from Joe Root. Internally, domestically, it's so difficult to actually work up the ladder now because the opportunities aren't there. So it's like you have to go abroad to be able to make the money to come back to New Zealand. So it's like, that's why the opportunities are so much more significant over here. Harrison says, after chuckle, devastated is what he's trying to say. They would want a 5-0, but devastated as it is, I assume 3-2 would just be, yeah, mate, I don't know how to put it to you, but I'm crying if we lose this. Just like I cried when we lost in Melbourne, then I cried when we morally lost in Adelaide, and I cried when we morally lost in Brisbane, but I especially cried when we morally lost in Perth. She says New Zealand, in my view, is undoubtedly the best beauty-wise. Switzerland being, but why though? Switzerland being the second on the list, followed by Australia. My view hasn't been to any of the countries yet. Yeah, but I'm asking you why. again, New Zealand is beautiful, but you can find the same thing in Australia. You can find the same thing in a lot of countries. I think New Zealand is a stunning country, but what are you differentiating? Why are you different? Like, what are you specifically differentiating? Again, I love New Zealand. I love the Maori culture. I love historical, the Maori culture in New Zealand. But I'm just trying to figure out because Australia and New Zealand are very similar in a lot of ways, but there are differences. That's going to be wide. So they're 3 for 93. There are differences. I would say I prefer the air quality in New Zealand. That's for sure. A lot fresher. New Zealand definitely has the best lamb in the world. I also hear they have the best pies in the world. I wasn't able to have a pie. I wanted to go to my boy Darren's Pies. Big Warriors fan. Daz's Pies, but I didn't have time when I was in Auckland. I got really sick. But apparently he makes amazing pies, and apparently the pies in New Zealand are awesome. Seeing the population, the temperatures in Australia gets way hotter in summers compared to Australia. Well, the population's about, 4.5 million? But their countries are also a lot smaller. Like, Australia's 26 million, and our country's... But sure. Gets way hot in the summers. I would say certain parts of Australia do get hotter than New Zealand. I wouldn't say by a significant amount, but yeah. But New Zealand isn't as hot. Gets far colder. 5.25 million now. Oh, I remember when it was like 4.4 mil. I feel like I remember when I was younger, it was like 3, but 5.25. Kiwis populating. Look at them go. Get the kids off. Dot ball. 3 for 94. Australia have won this session, especially if they can get another wicket in the next 7 minutes. I do prefer Australia's weather to New Zealand. Depending on where you are, though. Melbourne weather, no. Gold Coast weather, 100%. But it does get hot. Whilst they get the cold, we get the hot. Up in the air. Oh, dude, there was a chance there. Well, it wasn't, but up in the air. That'll be 2 runs. Aussie summers are way hotter, and being an Indian, I definitely don't love boiling temperature. Yeah, but your heat is different to Australian heat. Indian heat is way different to Australian heat. Yours is dry. Ours is humid. I hope you will agree with me being experienced the Indian summer heat. Yeah, very different though. Very different. But yeah, the heat when I was in Jaipur was crazy. Like there was not a single day in India that I had under 39, 40 degrees. It was 43 degrees when I was in Jaipur. That was ridiculous. Or 42 degrees, I think it was. That was ridiculous. But luckily I had a beautiful Airbnb to stay in, eh? Luckily I had an amazing Airbnb to stay in Jaipur. Queenstown views are insane. Yeah, I can't wait to get to more of New Zealand. Met someone from New Zealand, said they came to England for a job, but shocked me. Why would you ever come here? New Zealand is paradise. No, because of the opportunities. What New Zealand makes up for in scenery and the beauty of living there is their lack of opportunities and financial situation. If they had a good financial situation, New Zealand would be one of the best countries to live in the world. But unfortunately, the financials is what kills them. You make a lot more money in England than you would in New Zealand. Make a lot more money in Australia than you would in New Zealand. Make far more money in in America than you would in New Zealand. There is probably more Indians than Kiwis in New Zealand these days. We're not going to go down that path. And they're going to get a single. It's 43 degrees while you're in... Oh, well, that's right. While you were thinking to go to an IPL game on a Sunday. That's right. Yeah, it was the Rajasthan Royals game. I was going to go, but it was way too hot. Could you guys imagine? Like, I was going to go to an IPL game in Rajasthan when I was in Jaipur. Rajasthan Royals versus, I think, Mumbai Indians. And it was 43-degree heat, and it was on at 1 p.m. It was on in the middle of the day. So that means you're sitting in the stadium during 43-degree heat at the worst time of the day. Yeah, it was Mumbai, yeah. Broken Hill views are even more insane. Yeah, you do seem pretty broken, Logan. Stephen says 2020 has ruined Test cricket, has changed the batter's mindset on how to bat in a prolonged period. Don't disagree with you. I don't think it's killed Test cricket, but it's severely hurt Test cricket. They're still 3 for 97. Like, this is still... I'd say this is actually pretty 50-50 this session, as long as they don't get another wicket. If they get another wicket in the next 4 minutes. And that's going to be... call 2 there. So they'll be at 3 for 99. Check this was in Dubai and it got to 48. The hottest I've been in was actually, funnily enough, in Australia. It was in... No, it wasn't in Australia. It was in India. No, 45 degrees. And that was in Delhi. That was in Delhi, yeah. No, it might have been Jaipur, to be fair. I think it might have been Delhi. But I was in an aircon hotel room, 5-star hotel room, so I didn't care. I didn't care. But that is the hottest. I went outside to feel it, and it was wild. Michael Nisa bowling. Next bowl. Oh, high. No runs. Best part about your area is the islanders just seem cool as and friendly. Best humans, I'd say. Our area of the world is amazing because we don't have animosity with our neighbors. America has animosity with everybody. If you look at all the South American countries, a lot of them have animosity with each other. Not as significant as, say, what you find in Middle East, obviously. Africa has animosity with everybody. Asia has animosity that you don't know about. Like, for example, no one really knew about Thailand. It's going to go through for 4. No, it'll be probably 2. Good line of length, though. Like, for example, people had no idea about Thailand, Cambodia. They don't know about Thailand, Myanmar, or Burma. They don't know about Vietnam and Cambodia, or Vietnam and Laos. They don't know about, obviously, China and everybody. The good thing about Australia and this area is that we love the Kiwis. Kiwis love us. We love the Fijians. Fijians love us. Same thing goes for Samoa, Tonga, Papua New Guinea, all these places. It's a very peaceful part of the world, and unfortunately, we're getting a lot of the world come to us to get away from that, which is bringing that to us. That's the unfortunate thing. We are getting, and I think that's a good way to put it. We're a very peaceful part of the world, a very chill part of the world, but because everyone wants to leave their part of the world to come to a more relaxed and chill vibe, unfortunately, that is now coming with it. And that's why we see stuff like what happens in Bondi. Also, you know what the best part of being the new year? We are so close to the start of the footy season. 15th of January is the first content for Rubber League, Stephen. That's going to be a single there for Harry Brook. They're on 3 for 102. Like, so we only have major problems with China. Yeah, but I wouldn't say that it's... I wouldn't say it's as bad. Like, if you watch Sky News, okay, it's bad. But, like, I wouldn't say China is like an aggressive threat to us as we currently speak. Maybe in the future, but as we currently speak. I'm talking like what we're seeing with Venezuela, even though the Venezuelans want that and love that, and I love that for them. But, you know, what happens with Venezuela? That's happening frequently across the world. We don't have to deal with that kind of stuff. And China's not going to do anything like that in any time in the near future. Could happen in the future, but not any time in the near future. They'd be more pressed about Taiwan. So 3 for 102. There is this is probably going to be the last over. That's going to be a 4 there. Cameron Green, 21 runs off 3.2 balls. Don't like that. Tucker says, wait till you go to Africa. Weather over there is nuts. In Senegal, 25 degrees is the average during cold months. Yeah, well, India during their cold months, like their average is still pretty up there. But yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised. We don't have drama with China. Our government is bending over them. Yeah, that is true too. I've heard Papua New Guinea is a bit rough. Maybe your only drawback. What do you mean? That's not like an aggressive place. It's aggressive internally, but nothing to do with internationally. They wouldn't do jack in regards to internationally. Papua New Guinea couldn't do anything. They've got enough problems. I guess they've got problems with Indonesia, but that's not really a part of our area. I guess if you're on Perth side, Darwin side, maybe you have issues with that. But like if you're East Coast, you couldn't care less about what's happening in Papua New Guinea and Indonesia on there. Bougainville's a new country coming up in the area as well, which used to be Papua New Guinea. 2027 next year is when they become a new country. 3 for 107. Brooke on 16. Joe on 31. I wouldn't say it's a drawback. That's their own internal problems. Like, I don't care about the internal problems of, say, Samoa or the internal problems of, say, Tuvalu or Cook Islands, just like with Papua New Guinea. That's their issue, but that's not an issue that faces the entirety of the area, the entirety of the Pacific, South Pacific. That's going to be another 4 there. Harry Brooker gets 20. No cold months in Bali. Yeah, valid. Come to Jaisalmer during the summers, and the debate will be over. The place is absolutely nuts. Yeah, I was there. Well, I didn't get to Jaisalmer. I was in Rajasthan though. I was going to go there, but then the Pakistan stuff started happening. Cameron Green, this series, am I really being told to defend him? Really? Really? Oh, I just realized I haven't put the lunch break. I haven't done a lunch break graphic. Oh, good bowl there, though. Finally gets a good bowl going. Wow, Greeny. Unbelievable stuff. So there's one more ball left here of the over. I'm pretty certain. Yeah. Yeah, this is the last ball. I think, is it 1:15 local time? I think it is 1:15 local time. When the lunch break finishes up. And final ball. That's going to be good shot. That should be 3, I'd say. Should be 3. There you go. Well, look, first session's relatively 50-50, man. I'd say that you could make an argument for England being in the advantage. You could make an argument for Australia being in the advantage with the 3 wickets. This looks like a pretty good pitch right now for batting. It really does. It doesn't look like there's much going on for the bowlers at all, and yet, you know, Australia still found a way to get 3 wickets, which is a nice little positive there. You know, things can obviously can change dramatically as the day goes on. Hopefully, we don't get that rain that's predicted for about 2:30 p.m. Right this very second, it looks nice. But we're going to jump off here for 45 minutes, guys, as we do have the lunch break. So I'm going to chuck up the lunch graphic here. Obviously, guys, hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. If you want to get involved in the chat while we're gone, you still feel free to do that. I'm going to go have something to eat, and we'll be back very, very soon. Thumbs up, subscribe. I'll be back in a momento. I am just putting on this lunch thing, so that's why you can still see me. bunch of animals. Let's get back underway here for the second session of the day. Move that down there, and we are ready to rock and roll again. All right, first session, 3 for 114 for England. They did win the toss, and they did choose to bat on a pitch that is, I don't even know, like it's not bowling friendly at all, and it's pretty good for batting, but it's not as good as like say Brisbane or Perth was. It's kind of an awkward one, which is good. It means we're actually getting some cricket here. We are actually genuinely getting some decent cricket action, where the first session was 50-50. You could make an argument for either team. You can say, well, England are 114 runs right now, still with 7 wickets in hand, and Harry Brook and Joe Root are sitting in and doing nicely with a pair of 31 from 37 for Root and 23 from 31 for Harry Brook. Sitting in nicely, and they've got plenty of potential here to go on and put a decent score on, whilst Australia, they've got 3 wickets, so they'd be pretty happy with that from the session. This is Test cricket. This is what we want to see. This is Test cricket. Whether England wins or Australia wins, we are getting to watch what Test cricket is known for. Yeah, sure, we saw Ben Duckett fall away because he's a muppet. And yeah, sure, we saw some pretty cheap wickets go to, say, Jacob Bethel and Zach Crawley. But at the end of the day, we are seeing some normal scores here. 16, 10, 27, 31, and 23 is a pretty normal scorecard for 3 wickets down at the end of the first session. So that's why I say it's 50-50, man. Like, honestly, England won the first session in their minds. Australia won the first session in their minds. It doesn't really, it's completely in the balance right now, which is great. It means that we've got a good game on hand right now, a good potential for a massive slap up on hand. Well, first bowl for the second session, Mitchie Stark, the beautiful man, comes in, and it'll be a nut ball. For lunch, I had a beautiful chorizo, sweet potato, some chili, some thyme, some mushroom soup. Oh my goodness, I made it yesterday, and made a whole bunch of it so that I have meals because I'm on intermittent fasting right now, and whilst you can eat whatever really you want in moderation during the periods of 12 to 6, you still want to eat, really healthy. And what I had was just unbelievable. So, I'm sorted, didn't have to cook anything, just had to heat it on up, and we're firing, son. We're absolutely firing. Very important next half hour, Kyle. You don't want to see too many wickets fall. You'd like to be, by the end of this session, at a minimum. It's going to be a good chase there, and they're going to stop the 4. That's going to be 3 for Harry Brook. They are going to stop the 4. For England, I'd say you'd want to be looking at maybe like 5 or even 6. 5 or 6 would be okay. Maybe 5 would be really okay. 5 for 240. With the way this pitch is playing out, 5 for 240 would be a pretty good knock. Overall, it'd still be relatively in the balance, but like that'd be a good knock. If they want to really win this session, it'd be, say 4 for 250. That'd be a really winning session. Great chase there from Australia to stop that from going for a boundary, though. Yeah, and for Australia, for them to win the session, they just need to pick up another 2-3 wickets. It's pretty simple for them. Like, runs are going to come on this pitch right now. It's not that green, and runs are going to come on the pitch. It is very doable here for the batters, who should. I'd say a par score on this pitch right now is probably looking at a very similar, maybe a little bit less of the Brisbane par, which was 330. Because England got 334, which ended up being par, and then Australia killed them with a 500. But yeah, it's pretty good here. It's pretty good, and this is what we love about cricket in Test cricket. This is pure Test cricket because you don't know what's going to happen. We've seen plenty of action, but you still don't know what's going to happen. It's beautiful. As a single for Joe Root is on 32. It'll be interesting to see how Uzi goes on in his last bats, and if Marn can finish off with a bang. Marn should lap up this kind of pitch, to be fair. If there's a pitch that Marner should be really good on, it should be this one. Steve Smith, I feel like he's on for a good one. He really disappointed in Melbourne. Massively disappointed. Yeah, with the way that was set up for him, a lot of he actually had a real good potential to top score, but some pretty poor decision making in that game, and that's going to be a single. Satis says no seam movement off the deck now. Best time for bat. There really hasn't been much seam movement at all. Like there hasn't been much from the pitch for the bowlers. That's why 3 wickets is actually still quite big here for Australia because I don't see. We're probably going to see rain soon. You can see in the distance there that those clouds are coming over. It was meant to come at 2 p.m., which is in about 40 minutes' time. I'll go and check on the update to see if that has changed to a little bit later, like a 2:30 or a 3. All right, so is meant to, at about 2 to 2:30 is when we're going to see rain, which might get rid of the rest of the day's play. It probably will, which is a problem. What's this number 2 in front of my username? I don't know. How am I meant to know? How am I meant to know about your username, sir? Smudge 150 loading. Mate, AFL Legend, don't be disrespectful. That's 150 in the first session of when he's in. Come on. Come on. They're all going to be off 6s. He's not going to get a single individual run or a 2. No leg buys. Just 100%, 150 the first session. Off at 6s alone. I want you to apologise, AFL Legend, for disrespecting the GOAT that is Steve Smith and assuming he's only going to get out for 150. Oh, it's disgraceful. Scott Boland. He's going to make up for your comment just then. Now, he's going to get 3 wickets in this over. Roosters, that's your place on the leaderboard for the top fans. Oh, he's talking about that. I thought you were talking about the 2 in your name because I had Shatij line W2Z. And I was like, okay, I have no idea. But in regards to that, number 2, it means there's like a leaderboard thing here on YouTube live chat, which is kind of pointless. They brought it in maybe halfway through the year. There's a single they've already brought. They brought it through in halfway through the year, mate, and it's to represent like how much you comment on the stream, if you donate to the stream, if you if you interact with the stream, like it gives you a ranking. So Shatij is actually 1, and now he's 2 because Carl is number 1. So it just changes. It gives you guys a read on kind of who's interacting the most with the stream and whatnot, and gives me a read on who's interacting the most with the stream. But there's nothing that really comes from it. I think that there is something internally that YouTube deciphers in regards to it. But yeah, there's not an overall insane amount of necessity for it. But at least it gives you a good idea. Yeah, exactly right. AFL Legend. Get a grip. Get a grip. 3 for 126. 17 4s, 0 6s so far. Route 3 test of the SCG, 201 runs, average of 67.2. His best is 83. He's got 250s to his name. Scott Boland 1 for 32 through 7.3. Not too bad of an economy. Next bowl. Oh! Has he got him? Has he got him? Has he got him? Has he got him? No! It's going to come off the pad. I thought there was a chance it went off edge into the pad, but no, I don't think so. No, is there bat? They're not going to review it. I mean, I guess it can probably prompt more interaction within the streams chat. That's about it really. Yeah, no, it's purely for. I guess if you are like a. 1 second, I just want to see if this hits bat. They didn't review it, and no, nowhere near bat. Nowhere near bat. I guess if you're like a streamer that has thousands of people, like when we do our origin streams and whatnot, I think you're able to put it onto. I think that's probably what Top Chat is. Maybe that's the whole point of Top Chat, because Top Chat doesn't actually make a great deal of sense. Live chat is what makes sense because obviously everybody. Top Chat, I don't know. Anyway, you're right. It probably is just a benefit for like internally. I was the most person commenting or something. That's a single. Three for 128. Always good to see how both teams. But hey, is Joshua playing this one, or is he resting for the rest of the series? I'll go and have a look at the lineups in a second. Next ball. Top ball. Let's go have a look here. I feel like Josh probably was rested for the series, but I don't know. Any idea how long to the rain? Probably about 40 minutes or so, mate. Just over. Let's go have a look. No. So it is Crawley, Ben Tucker, Bethel, Root, Harry Brook, Ben Stokes, Jamie Smith, Will Jacks, Bryden Cass, Matthew Potts, and Josh Tongue. Potsy is in. With Harrison not participating anymore in this chat, the runs have started to come. Well, the runs were there, though. This is very similar to what was happening before. Like, it's not like the runs weren't there. There's not much difference between how the deck is playing now and how the deck was playing the first session. This is a bat-friendly deck. Ish. It's just, it may change, but right this current second, it's pretty good for batting, and nothing's happening for bowling. How much is Harry Green making his match? Well, £15,000 per match is a guarantee for England. And then I wonder what it is for Australia. Australia cricket test match payment. Let's have a look. So match payment for Australian cricket players is AUD 20,000 per game. So 20,000 AUD to pounds is 9,000. So you're telling me this English team makes more money than the Aussies in regards to the individual match payments? That's crazy. So Ollie Pope individually for match payments is making more than, say, Steve Smith. Or, say, making more than Travis Head. That's crazy stuff. That is actually crazy stuff. He's making, for Australians out there, an extra $5,060. No, that's not correct. Yeah. No, extra two and a... How much extra? How much would it be? 15,000 is 30,000. That's crazy. What? So the English team, even if you're a substitute, get £15,000 per test match. £15,000 is 30,179 Australian dollars. Are you serious? The central contracts, yeah, that's a good point. Let's have a look at that. So England cricket contract salary. So England cricket central contract salaries vary by players' format focus, with multi-format stars earning the most, up to £800,000. 1 second. So let's go. £800,000 is 1,609,551. Now, Australia is around 951,000, rising towards 1 million. With top players like Pat Cummins potentially earning over 3 million annually, including match fees and bonuses. You guys earn a significant more. Wow. Like a significant amount more. We're talking for 2023-24 rising towards 1 million. I'm going to say 2025 because that's 23-24. Australian men's cricketers' retainers range from around 1.2 million to 2 million. So let's go with the highest of our players. Or to be fair, our highest players, because they said that it goes up to £800,000 for England's big players. And it's around 2 million with Pat Cummins leading at 2 million, followed by Stark, Smith and Labuschagne at 1.4 to 1.2. So let's go with Stark, Smith and Labuschagne at 1.4, 1.2. So we'll go with 1.3, bang smack in the middle. So 1,000,003 1,300,000 is 646,000. Yep. So those guys are making, so 646,142 pounds is what Steve Smith, Labuschagne, and Travis Head are earning. And then the English players are pretty much getting 800,000 pounds, not including match fees. Yeah, they get a lot of money, man. They get that much and still weren't able to stop the Aussies from thrashing them. Wow, that is inexcusable. 10 years. This is what I'm saying. This is ridiculous. That's actually crazy. That is actually crazy. How much is Brendan McCullum on? Brendan McCullum contract with England. Cost. 7 figure sum. Fuck. 7 figures for Brendan McCullum. Wow. 7 figures for McCullum is wild. That's a dot ball. Scott Boland again. Kind of performance England has delivered, they should charge 15k pounds from each player instead of giving them. Yeah, look, fair. I can't believe that. That's actually crazy that Travis Head, Steve Smith, and Martin Slade, and this is not including sponsorships, mind you, which I'm certain the English would get more of as well, because you've got to remember the market, the target audience, and the target market, the demographic in England, whilst Australia has more pull with the Australian audience based off of success, but also based off of it being a bigger sport in Australia than England overall, I would probably say. I would the sponsorship money you would make from the audience demographic would be far more significant in England than it would be in Australia. So I'm probably saying most of these English lads are on, at minimum, a year, including match fees, including sponsorships, including contract throughout the year. They're probably making between 1.5 to 2 mil at a minimum on the lower end. The high ones, biggest sponsorships are Ben Stokes and Harry Brooks and stuff. Good shot. That's going to be a 4 there for Joe Root. He'll get to 43. Joe Root, they'd probably be up towards the 4.5s. This is all gross income, by the way. I'm not talking about like tax and all that type of jazz. Jacko says 7 figures for talent players to slog and play. Slog and pray. I don't know how you can justify a cricket coach getting 7 figures. I don't know how you can really justify it. It doesn't really make a great deal of sense to me. You can justify it in regards to football because of all the tactics you're playing, and the selection is far deeper than cricket. You know, there's so much more that a manager has to do in football than what a cricket coach does. Rugby league, same thing goes. AFL, same thing goes. NFL, absolutely. I can justify that. I can't justify 7 figures for a cricket coach. Can you guys justify for me? I'm happy to listen and learn if you believe that a coach should be justified over $1 million to coach cricket. What are you specifically earning your wage through? Like your selections aren't even really your selections in a lot of ways. And not really your selections. I guess you put them in order, but you're also having a great chat with, say, Ben Stokes or Paddy Cummins as the captain to see what you're doing there. A lot of you... Like, I'm not saying anything under, say, like 600k, but over $1 million just feels insane to me. That means that Brendan McCullum is earning well over what you're seeing from Steve Smith, Travis Head, and Martin Labuschagne. The captain does their job. That's what I'm saying, Jacko. So how does it justify it? Because so 1 million is 201,000. 2 million 2,119,000 dot ball. So Steve Smith, Miles Lumbershane, and Travis Head on average are earning 1.3 million from match payment from contracts throughout the year. Brendan McCullum is making 2,119,000 per year. Is that pounds or dollars? £1 million for Brendan McCullum. 7 figures. I'll clarify that. While the exact salary isn't public, Brendan McCullum's all-format England coaching contract extended to the end of 2027 is reported to cost the ECB a significant 7-figure sum if terminated early, indicating a substantial annual package, placing him around the highest-paid coaches, similar to top players earning around £1 million annually. Yeah, it is pounds. It is pounds. Reports suggest that prematurely ending his contract would involve a 7-figure payout, highlighting its significant value. That's crazy, bro. That's stupid. That's stupid from the England Cricket Board. Next bolt. And they'll be single. Bruce says the Poms weren't playing with any passion or flair until the series was already decided. The fact they get paid more is ridiculous. Absolutely. I understand target audiences and I understand demographics and I understand the financial incentives with England comparatively to Australia. I do understand the significant and far big difference there, but it's not justified, and especially in regards to how much they're paying their coach, who does effectively jack shit. And a lot of what the coach of the rain's coming, by the way. There's nothing really happening in the game, which is why we're kind of going deep into this. A lot of what the coach does, as Jacko said, does revolve around a captain. Okay, you choose the captain. Does you choosing the captain become the $1 million maker? And that's going to be a single. Did you see the Venezuela president was in a Nike tech police? Was he really? You know what I find funny about that whole Venezuelan situation, Jacko, is that all the Democrats and the liberals in America were so offended by it. They were angry by it. They were like, I'm so sorry, Venezuela. They're putting up posts on Threads and Instagram and Twitter and all that. I'm so sorry, Venezuela, this is happening. You know, we don't know why this is happening either. We're so deeply apologetic. And then you get all the Venezuelans commenting on it saying, man, shut up. We wanted this. Man, shut up. This is what we wanted. Stop being offended for something we wanted. People hate Trump so much that they can't see past reason. They can't see past their hatred. Next ball, dot ball. They can't see past it. So you've got them commenting, deeply apologizing on behalf of their country, and then you've got the actual people involved, the actual Venezuelans who are like, please shut up. We actually love this. And they've been dancing in the streets and partying, and people just hate Trump so much that they can't see the reasoning behind things. Carl says, it is stupid we are wasting money on a coach when we could be giving that money to Pope. Exactly right. Exactly right. Now, this is what the whole conversation was targeting towards. My goodness me, you know, Brendan McCullum on $1 million plus, but Ollie Pope, he's only getting a measly £800,000. So 800,000 is more than what Steve. So Ollie Pope is earning more than Steve Smith, Martin Labuschagne, and Travis Head. Crazy stuff, bro. Crazy stuff. $2.3 million in Kiwi money. Crazy stuff. So 4 balls down, and Starkey's got Harry Brook on 32, Joe Root on 44. Mark says, what is our coach on? I'll go look. Contract salary. Andrew McDonald, Australia's men's head cricket coach, earns an estimated 900,000 AUD annually. So that is, okay, that's at least realistic, because £1 million is over 2 million Australian dollars. That means that Brendan McCullum is earning over $1.2 million more than what Andrew McDonald is for Australia. How do you justify that? How do you actually sit down and justify that? There should be a 7-digit pay to McCullum. He deserves it. All the 7 digits of his pay should be 0. I'll give him $1.50. But like on a serious level, That's a fair valuation for Andrew McDonald. It's a fair valuation for Australia. And if anything, it's probably undervaluing the Australian contract because it is under $1 million for Australian dollars, whilst the England's one is over $1 million, but in pounds, which is you got to double to get to Australia. So they're at 2,100,000. How do you justify the English coach who has done jack shit earning $1.2 million Australian more? Crazy stuff, dude. I couldn't stop laughing and cheering at the wanker getting kidnapped as well. Communism might finally come to an end in Venezuela. On a lighter note, did you see that Wolves finally won? Did they really? The Wolves won, did they? Who'd they beat? Who'd they... West Ham 3-0. And not only did they not... They won 1-0. Oh, screw you, Bournemouth. So close to beating Arsenal. So close. Yes, it is. Get excited, mate. Yeah, no, it's coming. It's coming, sir. Villa 3-1 Forest. Brighton 2-0 Burnley. Bournemouth, oh, so close. Arsenal 3-2. Wolves 3-0. And that's going to be a double. Nisa is bowling. Tomorrow we got Leeds. Oh, Leeds, Man United, big rivalry game. Fulham, Liverpool, interesting. Tottenham, Sunderland, sorry. Everton, Brentford, Newcastle Palace, and City, Chelsea, be a good one. Jacko, come to Papa. Come to Papa, Jacko. Welcome in. Welcome to the show, Mr. Jacko, Chelsea boy. Jacko says, captains choose who bowls at the field, give encouragement, choose when to declare. Coaches aren't even shown on the TV all day. We haven't seen Brandon McCullum at any stage of the broadcast on either 7 or KO. That's going to be a boundary there for Harry Brooks. He'll get 4. He'll be 37. We have not seen a single shot on the broadcast of Brandon McCullum. Guy's earning more than all the cricketing players in the team. I reckon he must be sleeping with Rob Key. They must be sleeping together. This is your fault again, Blaze. You were trying to find any sense in our cricketing system. You should have learnt by now. I should have. I will agree with you. Carl is an English fan, Shatij. He is, but he can also see through the bullshit. Lagan says, most importantly, Norwich City versus Stoke City, 3 a.m. Fiji time. Should stream it. You're lucky I don't time you out for suggesting something so stupid. So Michael Nisa. I'd like a wicket sometime soon. We should be back. What was I saying? Indian cricketers earn a fortune. I'm going to go quickly check right now. I don't think they earn an amazing amount from contract specifically, but they would earn a incredible amount, double the amount of all these guys combined through sponsorships. Indian T20 is what you really should be looking at here. Indian cricket contract salary. So in AUD is what I should do to make it easier. Indian cricket contracts salaries vary significantly by player rank A+, A, B, and C, with top players earning crores, tens of millions AUD annually. Indian cricket contract salaries vary significantly by player rank, with top players earning tens of millions AUD annually from the BCCCI, which means that it has nothing to do with sponsorships and is based off of a contract individually. And that's not the IPL, because they get massive IPL and endorsement income. These guys would be on hundreds of millions with the way this is being set up right now. That is actually insane. Sponsorship-wise, plus contract salary, plus match fees, plus IPL, plus internal incentives, I reckon that'd be close to 80 to 100 mil. Who was on top of the table with the Premier League? I've forgotten. Arsenal. Only just, though. They're very happy that Sunderland drew with Man City. Aston Villa on 42. City 1 game behind on 41. Arsenal on 48. Umpires are gathering, folks. I'm telling you, we're about to see the rest of this day washed out. I'm telling you. So 3 for 142. I would not be surprised if very soon we see some rain here, folks. It's like how us Aussie fans were rightfully angry at our cricket team when the sandpaper scandal happened. Yep, we're the only country in the world that holds our own team accountable. You sure in the BBL? I haven't been. I'll probably get back to it for the final push of the season once the cricket this cricket finishes. But we do have the rugby league really coming up and getting heavy on focus from the 15th of January. That'll be massive. But the World Cup T20 I'll definitely be here for. The funny thing is, for people like yourself, Jacko, who obviously are relatively new to this channel, is that cricket is usually our off-season content. I do want to do more cricket throughout this year of 2026, and I may even do a little bit of a dabble, taste tester into the IPL. I will definitely do the T20 World Cup, which we've never done before. But usually our main content is rugby league, is the NRL, with the live streams. We're live for every single game. 8 games a week, plus Origin, plus preseason, plus finals, plus Rugby League World Cup later on this year. We just finished up with the internationals where Australia beat England 3-0 in that Ashes series. That's our main form of content, which I know a lot of the English cricket fans probably aren't into. But with that being said, that is it. It's just we always do cricket at this time of the year. I haven't done it usually between. Oh, that's up in the air. Oh, he's very lucky. The man at the back. Bo Webster wasn't close to that, but it'll be a single for Harry Brook. It's so dumb of a shot, but he's not out. But no, I'm excited to get back to that. We're bringing our under 21 manager in for Man City. His words. We've got some staff to put together some ideas. We're going to get smoked, hopefully. Hopefully. Actually, when does the English Super League start? English Super League start time. Oh, February. The 12th of February. Does that sound right to rugby league fans here who know about the English Super League? Dot ball. Yeah, Thursday the 12th of February. York versus Hull. The Catlins Dragons versus the Huddersfield Giants. Warrington Wolves versus the St. Helens. Lee Leopards versus Leeds Rhinos. Hull FC, Bradford Bulls. Trinity versus Toulouse. Castleford Tigers versus the Wigan Warriors. And then you've got Hull versus the Broncos in the World Club Challenge. The Bucks Panthers game today, damn, down to the wire. Well, I haven't seen it yet. Please don't ruin it. Don't ruin it. I want to watch the highlights because I know how impactful that game is for the playoffs and whatnot. I know that both teams, it was like real desperate stuff for both teams. So don't ruin it, please. And that's going to be double. I reckon Sexton gets Man of Steel 2026. I reckon Sexton gets Player of the Year every year for the rest of his life, even when he's not playing. Even when he's not playing. Massive lull in the game right now. And this is Test cricket. This is what happens. This is what happens. Wasn't planned to. It was a very good game, is what I'm saying. No, I assume so. No, I knew you weren't planning to, but it's actually really good. I appreciate the way you put that comment because most people will come in and just say, "Oh, did you see how the Bucks did this, or did you see how the Panthers did that?" And it can, it just ruins the game. And it's like they weren't doing anything bad; they were just saying something about the game, but it ruins it from them just bringing it up. So the way you put that there, saying it goes down the wire, that's fantastic way. That's boundary for Joe Root. So he'll get to 49, I think he is. Is it 48? It is 48. 2 away from 50. 2 away from a 50 bomb. 2 away. Yeah, people don't have bad intentions, but it's just unfortunately the way they come across. Yeah, lagging. You knew this was coming. Like, you're pushing it. You're pushing it. You're absolutely pushing that. And that's going to be a double. Like, the way we were just talking is not an incentive to refer to the score difference. The guy's a muppet. The guy is a clown. Like, we're just talking about how it was good that he didn't bring up the score or didn't bring up anything specific, just about how close it was. And then we get this muppet go and say it's a 2-point game difference. He's an absolute muppet. It really is. It really is. That's the end of the over. 2 runs away from the Fitty bomb. Don't jinx it. There's no way you'd ever want to jinx that. Joe Root Fitty bomb incoming for sure. 100% guaranteed. No chance around it. Basically is already at 50 right this very second. Carl says, when the rain comes, I'm going to bed. Drop me an email if they go back on, please, mate. I don't think they will be on. And if they do come back on, it's probably going to be very briefly before. Just be back tomorrow, bro, to be completely honest with you. Because I don't think that it's going to be a consistent rest of the day. So you just be kind of waking up to go back to bed and waking up to go back to bed kind of deal. That could, like what we saw in Brisbane last year against India, where we would come out for 5 minutes and then it would rain for another 2 hours, and then we'd come out for 10 minutes and then it would rain for 5 minutes, and then we'd come back out in 20 minutes for about maybe 15 minutes and then go back for the rain. You know, that's kind of how I assume today will go. Brook on 43. If you caught any games in the NFL, which do you think were the best? What do you mean of all time? I will always love Diggs' sideline touchdown. I was watching that Minnesota game live at the time. That was awesome. Obviously, one of the best of all time was the Patriots versus Atlanta Falcons. Loved the Philly special moment as well. If that's what you're talking about, or you're talking about like this year. I'm a bit disappointed with the NFL this year on the basis that the Detroit Lions, we suck. We suck this year. We suck this year, unfortunately. We suck. Jog my memory. Remind me of some great games this year. By the way, I haven't heard the Barmy Army once today. I have not heard the Barmy Army a single time so far. If Root doesn't get a you-know-what, you're getting slapped anytime Aussie's near a milestone. It's 100%, 50 coming in. He's at 48, mate. Like, 1,000,000,000%. Like you said, if Root doesn't get a you-know-what, well, I know what. I don't think. Are you talking about 50? Are you talking about him getting a 50, Jacko? You're talking about him getting a 50 right here. He's on 48. Surely he must, 100%. He's already there, basically. And same with the Brook. He's at 43. Both these guys guaranteed 50s. Nice big fella, we're looking. We're looking at 2 50 bombs incoming here for Joe Root and Harry Brook on 48 and 43. Jacko was just talking about it. He wanted to bring it up. That 50. These guys are about to hit 100%. So, yeah. Yeah. Next bolt. And it's going to be a single there for Harry Brook. So we're going to see Joe Root get his 50 right now. We're going to see Joe Root get his 50 right this very second. How good. Patriots-Falcons game. Wasn't that the one where the Falcons blew their 28-3 lead? Yep. Or am I misremembering? That is the one. 28-3, but close enough to the end of the third quarter in the Super Bowl. The Falcons had never won a Super Bowl before and then threw it away. Cat's out the bag then. Yeah, cat's out the bag here. This Joe Root 50 coming up. Partnership 95, by the way. How good? That is good. All right, the Michael Nee Show. Double. Come on, Root. He's only 2 away from his glorious 50. But that's going to be the end of the over. So Harry Brook will come out. You can see it's starting to get a little darker on the pitch. To be honest, I really should fix up the graphic for when it does rain. I think I have a rain delay thing already, actually. Luckily for us, we actually haven't. Have we had the weather impact a single moment of play? I don't think so. Oh, we did in Adelaide. Maybe. Was it Adelaide? Or no, it was No, it was Adelaide, yeah. Yeah, it was Adelaide. Yeah, Vikings come back against Colts was up there, yeah. Double. Rams Seahawks in week 16 was amazing. Ravens Bills in week 1. Packers Bears, that was good, yeah. Bears 49ers in week 17. Bears have come out of nowhere, eh? Rams and Eagles in week 3. Those are 5 incredible games. Bears just came out of nowhere. Colomatung is a Dragon, 27, bloody oath. One of your better signings. Don't think it changes a dramatic amount about the Dragons, but it is still one of your better signings. Until you fix those halves, I can't really see much changing. Next bowl. Up in the air. Oof. That'll be a single. So Harry Brooks still on target for his 50. He's at 45 right now. And Joe Root comes on as he's about to hit 50 bomb. He's on 48. I reckon he's about to hit it too, for sure. Might have ruined his career, Keon. Well, his career is on a downward trajectory at the Rabbitohs anyway. Like, it was really peak at one time, and now it just seems like it's... I think injury hurt him, and now people have forgotten a lot. And he was kind of shifted positions in the forward pack, and things changed. So I do think he needed a change, but Dragons is an odd selection. All right, Joe Root, he's about to hit 50. He's on 48 right now. It will start coming in. And no run. Keon was close for being selected for the Blues. I agree. But I also do think that it was it's been looking really odd for him in 2025. I understand the injury. Be a shame if Root and Brook both got out at 49. No, they're guaranteed for 50, mate. No, they're guaranteed. Like, both of them, they're both getting 50. Like, Root's already at 48, and Harry Brook at 45. There's no way on earth that we would see these guys not get 50. There's no way on earth. There's no way on earth. There's no chance you could ever see something so ludicrous, so crazy for them to get out. No way. Next bowl here to Joe Root. And that is going to be a singles. He's going to be on 49. Only one more run. Chicago Bears looking good. Bears looking good. Look at the goods. Great partnership this from Joe Root and Harry Brook. 21 likes, hit the button. Yeah, hit the thumbs up button if you haven't already. Smash the like button. It's free. You may as well. So Stark, 1 for 48. And Brooks on 45. And that's up in the air. That's up in the air. That's up in the air. Oh my gosh, he's so lucky no one was there. Oh my gosh, it just plops in between 4 players. Oh, Harry Brooks should have been out just then. He should have been gone. He should have been gone just then on 45. How did no one catch that? How did no one catch that? There's about 100 players out near him. 3 players, not 4. To be fair, I would go to the Dragons for $1 million a year and a free helicopter ride over the Gong, and well-known barbecue place. Love their barbecues in the Gong. Well, Cogra is more so for that. Should have been a wicket that. Harry Brooks should have been gone there. So Joe Root about to hit 50. He's on 49. He's about to hit 50 right now. And Starkey for his bowl. The Starkmeister comes in and dot ball. The ball. End of the over. No one caught it because they suck. Hi, Jacko. 3-1. Free weekend of Vornies. We love a weekend of Vornies. Hiding under beds and shit. Yeah, beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Who is that out there? To be fair, that is on field placement. That is so lucky to have gotten in between them, all 3 of them. Fancy naming your daughter Jack. That's still... it's so good. Every time. So here's Bo Webster. Bo Webster coming in for a bowl. First time this series. Harry Brook on 46. He was great against India last series, Bo Webster. And that is going to be a single. That is a single. Dragons Barbecue's the real titty party. You know what's crazy? I watched that Netflix doco on Titty from 50 Cent, and I will say, people who defend him still, which is crazy to me. How can you watch something like that and still defend him, man? It's like, it's black and white. Like, it's not even like debatable. There you go. Joe Brook gets his 50. He gets his 50. Crazy that people watch that show and still like defend him. Root 163 tests, 40 hundreds, 67 50s. He's got a strike rate of 77. Got 7 fours. Next bolt, double. Cam Green robbed of a spot. Robbed of a spot? Cam Green robbed of a spot. What do you mean? Cam Graham's in the team. Are you referring to Bo Webster coming in so Cam Green's out? Cam Green is in the team. Bo Webster comes in, I think, for Jai Richo. Free for 137, 33.4 overs. It is nice to see, though, England. You finally turn up to the series once it's over. Really nice to see. Brilliant to see, actually. You've turned up. You've turned up to really, give us a good series once the series was over. And that will be double. Need to break this partnership soon. Probably need to break this partnership for a while, Brenton. It's 3 p.m. now, so we've got about an hour and 45 minutes until tea break. No. No, we've probably got about another... Is it 45 minutes until tea break? 2:45? Oh, that's a shot, and that's going to be the boundary, and Harry Brook will get to 51. There we go. So both of them are 50. Harry Brook on 51 and Joe Root at 50. This is Test cricket, lads. We're finally watching Test cricket. We're finally watching Test cricket. It's a successful series if we lose 3-2, didn't you hear? Yeah, no, I heard, Carl. No, I heard. Yeah, very successful. Set the bar high in England. The bar is real high. Real high stuff. high on partners. No, successful series. So Root on Fetty, Harry Brook on Fetty 1. It's going to be a bit of a win here for England, actually, with the rain, because it'll mean there's no wickets, but a good few runs in this session. Bombs get a participation trophy there. No, fantastic participation trophy, Ruth. Watch them. They'll start playing baseball in the second run at all. That's also not a surprise. So Stark again. He's got 1. He should have had 2. That's going to be a double. Let me go and have a look at this weather update again. It's still just looking gloomy right now. It doesn't look like it's raining. Oh, it's meant to rain at 3, so another hour. Or is that my time 3? It's meant to be raining like now. Watch them. They'll start. Oh, that's right. Congrats on the first partnership, England, of the series that has been good. Yeah, no, this is their moral. This is their moral trophy. This. Next ball. It's gonna be a single. That is a single. No, look, maybe they should have done this 3 test games ago. Maybe they should have done it 5 test games ago. Maybe they should have come to play from test 1. Is this the first 50 bomb for England this series? No, we've seen Joe Root. He got 123 in Brisbane. They haven't seen many 50 bombs, though. Zach Crawley got 72 at one stage. Obviously now these 50s. There's not been many, though. Let's put it that way. This field is really open right now. It's the first time I've actually heard England this test so far. Their fans. Oh my gosh, he was opening up. He should have gone for the stumps. Yeah, Dale got 100 in Harrison's mind, Carl. Unfortunately, Harrison mind doesn't speak on behalf of anybody except for Harrison. Yeah, I think his highest was what 34 or so. Apparently, 60% chance of storm at 3 p.m. with 40% chance of rain from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we're probably going to see the rest of the day rained out. Once it does rain is probably when we see it stop. I don't think we'll come back once it rains, but tomorrow's meant to be fine. Tuesday's meant to be fine. Wednesday's meant to be fine. Thursday's meant to be fine. England moral victory come from an MCG pitch that was shocking, an SCG pitch that has been good for batting. Well, I haven't won Jack here yet. You got to watch both teams bat. I wouldn't be surprised this is a draw if Australia did the same thing as England. I would not be surprised if this went 5 days. With the way it's going. That's a no ball. Start. The thing is, Harry Brooks to be careful. Like, if he plays his stupid shit like he does, like, that could completely tear the middle order here. You don't want to You don't want to waste this great start here for England. Dot ball. Moral victory for England is that it will rain. They'll celebrate it like they always do. As a New South Welshman, I want to apologise for my state's shocking weather. Well, fair enough. Tell Andrew Backhouse that when he comes in trying to defend it. See, look, you can see those clouds, baby. You can see those clouds. They're getting closer. Probably good half for away minimum. Is the weather supposed to be okay for the rest of the test besides today? Yes. The rest of the test is meant to be good. But it's just today, unfortunately. It's meant to be rough. Boycott Sydney so they move the test to Tasmania. I'd do it. Save New South Wales doesn't get saying anything. They lost Origin, so we don't care for what they have to say when it comes to sport. You know, they didn't win anything in the old sport either. Queensland pretty much won everything, not just Origin. They won the NRL Grand Final. They won the NRLW Grand Final. It was actually New Zealand who won the New South Wales Cup. That's such a funny thing to say. Not only did you lose the NRL, you also lost the NRLW. You also lost State of Origin, but you also lost the literal New South Wales Cup. How does New South Wales lose the New South Wales Cup? How do you do that? How do you do that? That's spectacular stuff. Have we ever had tests in the Northern Territory? That might be interesting. Yeah, it'd be interesting. Crocodiles roaming on the pitch. That's not going to be happening. Maybe against, say, the West Indies or Pakistan or Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. Not for Ashes. Ooh, good bouncer there from Starkey. Actually, our women won the Women's Origin. No. No, I don't think that happened. Snowing in Tassie, can't play there. Playing sport in the snow or the rain is actually the most fun time. Barmy Army would feel at home in Tassie. They'd love it. Well, 4 years ago we played in Tasmania. 4 years ago it was Brisbane, Adelaide, MCG, SCG, Hobart. There was no Perth. 4 years ago. Was that when Optus was being built, maybe? It was cancelled at the Roosters. It was cancelled, Ibrahim. Unfortunately, Roosters doesn't get it. He's going to start to try and get it, but... it says, we just shit in New South Wales. The reality, we turn up for one dominant year. Well, the only reason I even refer to the NRL is because that's what they usually refer to when Queensland win the Origin. They're like, oh, but you haven't been in a grand final or won a grand final in so long. You're just like, well, now Queensland's got everything. All right, well. Geez, they're really promoting Dan Does Footy podcast on 7 Cricket. Fair. All right, Bo Webster next bowl will be a single. Plus, Australia haven't batted in this game yet. We have no idea if we're going well or not in this game. People don't understand this, Carl. It's a very simple thing you just said that most people don't understand. Like, there's always women, girls who are always asking, like, who's winning? And it's like, well, no one's winning right now. I'd say England have an advantage, but I'd say no one's winning. There is no winning currently until we see both teams bat. There is momentum and there is advantage, but we won't know who's winning until we see Australia's innings. Brent says there is one positive for New South Wales. We don't have the Titans. Yeah, but see, the problem here is that with the con there is that you have the Newcastle Knights who lost both games to the Gold Coast Titans last year and also finished in last position. So would you rather be the Titans or would you rather be the Knights? The Knights won a premiership before the Titans existed, and it was also done with knowledge of their players being on cocaine the whole time. Or do we talk about the 3 wooden spoons that they won in a row that is unanimously known as the worst ever team to grace the rugby league field in the 2010s? And then last year, they gave a good run for their money with that. So the Knights have got 4 wooden spoons since the Titans have existed. The Titans have got 2 wooden spoons since the same time frame. And the Titans coming off 2 wins against them. So I think right this very second I would prefer the Gold Coast. But you know what? Fair enough in regards to your opinion. But let's see how that one plays out from there, Cotton. Dug myself a hole there. Dug yourself a bit of a hole there, Brenton. Yeah. We never lost a grand final, so there is that. Neither have we. We haven't lost a grand final. I've got a reply for your next response as well. We never lost a grand final. When did the Titans lose a grand final? At least we're getting 4 days, not 2. Right now we look like we could be getting 5 days. Test cricket is winning at the moment, which is a refreshing change. Absolutely. That is a single. 3.70. I just want the Titans to have a better season for once. I'm tired of them being the pinata team year after year. They'll probably be a bit of a pinata team this year. Next year, I would assume differently, but they'll probably still be a bit of a punching bag in 2026. What do we talk about them conceding 60-ish points to the Eels of all teams? That did happen too, Ibrahim. Yeah, that did happen too. Jacko says England are always winning even when they look like they're losing. It automatically switches to golf, ruling lowest score wins. Look, that does make sense as to why they're so good when it comes to the Football World Cup too. Because, they do usually score less goals, which would make sense as to why it switches to golf. So that is really good stuff. It is a drinks break here though, guys. Drinks break. That rain's getting close. Oh, the Dally Messenger stand. What a man. Drinks break right now. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. Brenton says, when did the Titans make it to a grand final? Well, since 2007, the Titans haven't been in a grand final. How many grand finals since 2007 have the Newcastle Knights been in? Because it doesn't matter to the Gold Coast in regards to previously before 2007, because that's when we existed. So we haven't made a grand final since ever, and you haven't made a grand final in our existence. So what's your point? Got to love when the bottom two teams have a biffo. Oh, lagging, that's rich. Oh, you've won a wooden spoon more recently than the Titans, mind you. Just want to put that one out there. You have a wooden spoon in 2021, and you're lucky that it wasn't back-to-back in 2020 and 2021. It's just you're lucky the Broncos were so bad in 2020 that they took it. But you could have very easily gotten a spoon 2 years in a row there. So I don't think you should be trying to hold the moral superiority over the Knights and the Knights and the Titans here. Hey, well, guess what, hey, Brenton? We can shake hands here. Lagan, you've dug yourself this hole. Titans and Knights haven't lost a grand final since coming in 2007. Bulldogs have lost twice. Oh, you slap yourself, Lagan. You slap yourself, man. You just make it easy. Why don't you just let the Titans and the Knights fan punch on, and then you add yourself in, which I know Bulldogs fans love adding themselves into punch-ons, especially as a group, but you slap yourself. It's a fact, Brenton. That's great. In 2025, we had more points than the bottom two teams combined. That's great. How did it go for you? Did you win as many how many more finals games did you win than the Titans and the Knights this year? You know what's funny? It's even more impressive. The Bulldogs won the same combined amount of finals games this year than the Titans and the Knights. That's amazing stuff. It's amazing stuff. You don't win this, man. Like, you can't beat up on fans that are already beaten into oblivion, because then we will just beat you, return into oblivion, and bring you back down to our level. You add yourself into a conversation that makes it easier to reply. You talk about premierships, and then I'll just refer to the fact that it was before 2007. If you talk about grand finals, and I'll just say, well, you've lost two since we've come in, and we haven't even been in one, but we haven't lost one. So there you go. Regardless, I have a response for you. Whether you agree with the response or not doesn't matter, but it's very easy to reply to you. It's literally what we do here. I have a reply for everything. And I have the ability to reply to anything. I can twist it. Whatever you say, I will twist it to have a bit of an uppercut there. Like, no matter what you go, Bulldogs finish higher than the Titans and Knights this year. It's like, that's congratulations, but how did it actually treat you? Like, what did you actually do with the season this year? As he says, well, we have won a wooden spoon as Doggy's fan, which the Tigers can relate. Where's the Tigers come into this? Where's the Titans come into this? Steve says, how many overs they bowl in the day? Sorry, guys, we are actually talking about cricket here, so I'll go to Steve's comment. Usually between 70 to 90. Today, I think we're probably going to not get anywhere. We're not going to get anywhere close to that because the rain's coming. We'll probably get about 60 today, I reckon. We're at 36.1. I could see another 24 overs. At very minimum, we'll get 50. We'll still get another 14 overs here, but the rain is coming. It's looking gloomy now. You always need two wooden spoons to toss a salad. Exactly right. Well, that's why Knights fans should be very grateful, and Parramatta Eels fans should be very grateful. You know, they've got plenty of spoons to have a nice little party. They can have breakfast with the whole family. Titans, we're romantics on the Gold Coast. We want to have just that 1-2 combo of a nice little, elite soup at like just a 5-star, unbelievable 8-star restaurant in the world. We want to have that romantic one spoon, and then we do like the beautiful scene of the noodles, the spaghetti going into the mouth. Unbelievable stuff. We're very romantic on the Gold Coast. Knights, they want to have a family gathering. The Eels, they want to have an ancestry gathering. And the Tigers, they join in as well. If you add in the western suburbs part of the venture. But Eels, they do love an ancestral gathering. Ooh, he was opening up there. We'll go for a single. Steve, thanks for reminding us it's a cricket stream, mate. It is actually, in fact, a cricket stream. But at least Jacko and Kyle, they're learning about rugby league. Lagan, where'd you go, mate? Where'd you go? Are you Googling something to have a reply to me? Where'd you go, Lagan? You come in, you try slap, you get slapped, you got to return serve, and now that I've encouraged you to return serve, it doesn't have the same purpose because I'm encouraging you to return serve. Thanks, Bolt. Double. Lad in before Jay come. Let's talk about cricket. Jay's not going to be. Well, Jay's here, but he's just not really active in chat today. He's here. He's just not actually active in chat. He's watching all you Muppets, that's for sure. He's watching you Muppets, 100%. Yeah, Logan's asking ChatGPT. ChatGPT is not actually as reliable as you'd like. Whenever I've done research and stuff, like you need to know, you need to have a good idea about something. Don't just trust everything it says. Carl says, as always, I'm having a wonderful time. Yay, rugby. You score that touchdown. Yeah, fantastic touchdown scored. My favourite is when the ping pong table comes out and beer pong gets played. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It took him a long time to write this novel. Well done, J.K. Rowling. Like I said, since 2007, we have made more finals appearances than the Titans and the Knights. I believe we have more finals wins than the two of you since 2007. That's great. So when you play the finals and you win games, ultimately, do you consider that a successful period since 2007 for the Canterbury Bulldogs? Would you say that since 2007 you have been successful? And what do you define as success, Lagging? Would you say that winning a premiership is success and not winning a premiership is not success? Because that would be what I would say. So since 2007, I would say the Titans have been unsuccessful. The Newcastle Knights have been unsuccessful. The West Tigers have been unsuccessful. The Canterbury Bulldogs have been unsuccessful. I would say that you can't say about the Redcliffe Dolphins. I would say that overall, the Cowboys have been quite unsuccessful, but at least they do have 2015, so I won't put them into that category. I would say the Warriors have been unsuccessful. I would say the Canberra Raiders have been unsuccessful. I would say definitely the Parramatta Squeals. And I would say... What else would I say? It's actually been some of the best years in the Sharks' history, so I can't actually add them, and they've had 2016. So you are a part of a group, regardless of how many finals wins you have, of an unsuccessful category. And that category is defined about how many premierships you won. So winning finals games only means something if you go on to win the premiership. Otherwise, we're talking about the fact that in 2010, the Titans did well. We got through to the preliminary finals, but who cares because we didn't win the grand final. So do you define that as a successful season? Because I would disagree. I would say you are a part of an elite group of teams that have not won the comp since the Titans have come in. The Broncos were a part of that group until this last year in 2025. So you are a part of an elite group of teams. So you can fight it all you like. You can argue it all you like. But at the end of the day, since the Titans have come into the competition, you have won just as much silverware as us. You've also won... we have won one spoon. I don't think you won 2 spoons. You've won 1 spoon. So you've got that. And if you then talk about previously, we just refer to the cheating and the scandals that will happen. Either way, it's very easy to twist the narrative, my guy. This is what I'm saying. No matter what, you can twist the narrative against what you're saying. Because you can talk about the finals experiences, but then you can say, well, we've both won jack shit, so what did that actually mean? No matter what, you can twist it. 3 for 174, this is a great partnership here for 116. I did see Neon with Jason Saab. I did see that. I don't know rugby, but Lagan sounds the equivalent to an English cricket fan. What he's trying to argue to make it, what he's trying to argue is, I'm going to try and make it a comparison of football. Oh, there's no comparison with football, really. There isn't. And that's going to be a single. 1 second. Lagan says, success can be defined as the rise of fans and growth of community numbers. Cope. Very much Cope, son. And you know that that's Cope because you know that the success isn't defined by the fans and doesn't be defined in the rise and growth of the fan base and the community, because that is when it's called bandwagoner. So it's funny that you switch it from being a bandwagon to now the rise of fan growth and success on a financial level, sure, but that's not success as a club. You're trying to say that a club is purely successful based off of their fans and the community. Okay, well, the Tigers are massively successful. The Tigers are incredibly successful. You know what? I would say the Tigers are a more successful club right now than the Bulldogs then. Because the Tigers, despite coming last 3 years in a row and despite being absolutely putrid to watch on the field, actually have a far larger growth in numbers and a sustained numbers through those periods than the Bulldogs. So based off of your metric, you're saying the West Tigers are a better club than the Canterbury Bulldogs. That's based off of your individual metric that you've just come up with there. You can take the Titans for sure because the Titans don't have the growth whatsoever. But you're basically saying right now the Tigers are a bigger club than the Canterbury Bulldogs based off of your individual metric that you just brought up. So 3 for 175, partnership of 118. And also, to really add into that, the Tigers have won 3 wooden spoons in a row coming into last year. They've then come 5th last, equal 4th last with the Rabbitohs, with the least amount of injuries throughout the entirety of the year. But throughout those years, they had a pretty sustained amount of fans. They had a pretty normal amount of fan base where they actually would still pack out Leichhardt, they would still get good crowds at Campbelltown, they'd still get good crowds in general. How many people were at your Bulldogs versus Knights 66-0 loss? That's a boundary there for Joe Root who gets to 62. How many people were there? Because when the Tigers were losing 66 by 60-odd points to the Cowboys, I know they won 66-18, but the other one, when they were losing by big margins, they still had decent crowds. Where were your crowds? So are you trying to now tell me that this crowd growth is based off of a successful measure, or are you trying to say they're not bandwagoners, or are they bandwagoners? Would you like to admit which one? I'd like to know. Which one would you like to admit there? Which one would you like to admit? And that's what I'm saying, brother. No matter what, the response is always going to be there. You're valid to be able to have this. This is a great, interesting conversation. That's why I really look forward to having the rugby league. And for cricket fans like Carl and Jack and whatnot, one, there's nothing really happening too much right now besides England doing their business. But when it comes to this point of the year, the rugby league does seep back into the conversation because it is the new year. It does start in just over a month's time. And the channel does heavily rely on rugby league. So do forgive when we do kind of change the topic and conversation a lot. Lagan's finding out the hard way that it's very difficult to win an argument. He's finding it out the hard way. But to make a comparison, to help you English fans understand, basically what's happening right now is Lagan's trying to insult my team and Brenton's team, which are two low bottom feeders, bro. Like bottom feeder clubs. Nowadays, especially. Titans forever, but Knights nowadays especially. But he's trying to hold like a big superiority, and it's like, well, the team that he's got were just as shit, if not even shitter, a couple of years ago, and had no fans. Now they have a ridiculous amount of fans, so you would argue the growth through bandwagoning there, based off of not necessarily a premiership success, but the success that he's arguing is through like just better results, which is like setting the bar here rather than setting the bar there. At the end of the day, despite my team being shit, my bar is here, and everything underneath here is still not successful. So if you come second, you're just first in a long line of losers. So no matter what, that response is always there. But he's just trying to kind of ensure, oh, geez, those clouds are looking rough. Ensure that these teams are well known down here, but it's like you're trying to argue. So, okay, here's for example. The Bulldogs now would be the equivalent of, say, a Chelsea, who are in like this is ladder position wise. They're good and they're better. Oh no, because Chelsea's not been bad recently though. Who's a bad team? Premier League is such a different structure to keep a comparison. But ladder-wise, they would be very similar to Chelsea. They're not going to go and win anything, but they are a highly competitive team. Whilst the Titans would be the equivalent of West Ham, and Newcastle would be the equivalent of Wolves. But then again, Wolves did beat West Ham. So I'm going to go Titans, Wolves, and Knights at West Ham. Like I said, the success of fan base can come from the club within rather than pure success in the field. But you're changing the goalposts. You're shifting the goalposts here, bro. You're changing the measure of success from the club to the off the field stuff. Why are we what are we doing here? Why are you shifting the goalposts? It's got bowl next bowl. That's so hard to get a comparison between Premier League clubs and NRL. So difficult. We sold all of the seats at Mac Jones when they were getting the spoon. Sort of. Knights fans, they do have a solid core. They do have a solid core. A better core than most clubs. I would say Tigers and Knights actually have the most solid core of the lot. Maybe Broncos too, but that's because it's a one-team city. So is Newcastle, though. Knights and Tigers would be probably the biggest core, I would say. Actually, here's a question for you, Logan. If the Bulldogs fell off this year, up in the air, oh my gosh, no one's there. 3-4-81. If the Bulldogs fell off this year and came fourth last, do you think that you would have a large proportion of the current fan base that you have? Because where were they when you lost 66-0 to the Knights? And that's a genuine question. Like, how much of the current fan base that you have, if you guys finish out of the top 8 this year, how much do you think would stay? Would you then classify that as a successful fan growth? Because I wouldn't say that's a successful fan growth. I'd say that's bandwagoning, which is a short-term fix for long-term hurt. I wouldn't say that short-term fan growth is a successful measure. I would say that if you can make this a permanent thing over the next 5 to 10 years, then that'll create genuine fans. But if you're just a quick fix, I don't think that that's a successful measure. Just like, for example, that's going to be top ball. If the Titans were to go and come in the top 4 this year, which won't happen, but if they came in the top 4 this year, we would sell out our crowd. We would sell out at Seabus. It's well known. 2010 was like this. 2011 was like this. High crowds. I wouldn't consider that I would say contextually for the season success, but that doesn't mean that we're a successful club based off of that. And also the fan growth, that doesn't mean that we're a successful club. Maybe a successful individual season, but not a successful club overall, which is the argument that you're making based off of the fan community vibe. Up in the air! Oh my gosh, Root should have been gone, but just goes over the top of him. That'll be a single. Might be 2. I believe most of the fans would say, that's bullshit, Logan. I think that's absolutely dribble. I think you know that you're lying in regards to that response. Where were they during 66-0? If you were there during 66-0, which I know you were because you were on this channel, if you were there and Daz was there, great. The fans who weren't there, you expect the people that weren't there for the tough times to stay during the tough times when they were only here for the good times? Is that what you expect? For example, English cricket fans. With English cricket fans, our national team's different. But for football, they would understand the comparison there. If people have started supporting Manchester City since 2008, they have up in the air, up in the air, up in the air. Oh, drops again. We're getting so unlucky. People have only supported Manchester City since 2008. They've only seen success. I guarantee you, at the drop of a hat, they would shift to a Liverpool, or they would shift to an Arsenal, or they would shift to a Chelsea, or they would, if Man United were good, they would shift to a Man United. A lot of Man United fans in Asia and Africa jumped onto Manchester City because of the success. You give way too much faith to people. Way too much faith to people in regards to the genuineness of their support. People like me, you can obviously see I'm genuine in my support because I've always been around a shit club. I haven't seen success in regards to this club. I've seen the lack of success with Manchester City. I've seen the lack of success with the Detroit Lions. I currently see the lack of success with the Chicago Bulls. I haven't seen that success there. So when someone supports them through the shit times, you know that if they go into success and then go back into the shit, they'll still be a supporter. But if you support during the success, look at the Panthers, for example. They saw a drop off this year in 2000 or last year in 2025. They saw a drop off, and just because they didn't win a premiership for the fifth straight year, and they still got to the preliminary final. You give way too much credit to fans, and that's not an insult against you. That's you giving faith to your own club, but it's not true. So Joe Root is on 65. Harry Brook on 58. Roosters, how would you measure the club within then, Logan? Is it the fan base and the community? 1 second, up in the air, up in the air. That could be a 6. That is a 6. That is a 6 there. Harry Brook will get to 64. How would you measure the club within then? Is it the fan base and community, but doesn't the fan base rely on the club within? Which one is it? Great question. Nate says, Logan, you're talking out your ass. Well, it's a good conversation. I enjoy the conversation, but I think he understands that last comment was well far-fetched. I think it's in defense of his own club, but it's not an insult of his own club. It's an insult of the fans who claim to be fans who aren't actually fans. Look, okay, another perfect example. Cronulla Sharks 2016. They sold out at core. They're lucky to sell out Shark Park at 11,000 now. They're lucky to sell Shark Park out at 11,000. Where are the 80,000 fans, or if you want to say 70,000, 60,000, because it was only about 10,000, 15,000 Melbourne Storm fans. That's going to be a single for Harry Brook. He'll be on 65. Where are the, let's go be gracious, 65,000, 60,000 Sharks fans that are at a core. So there's 11,000 seats at Shark Park. Why don't they sell out every single game? And they're a successful club, mind you, in the recent years based off of the metric that you were talking about. Based off of your individual metric, I'm not even going to talk about the actual on-field results, but on your individual metric, they are a successful club in the recent years. Where are their fans? Like it's discussed and shown us a vision of what our future can hold, which has built our community to what it is now. There's no way that you're saying that every single fan of yours stays if you go to a similar level to what you were when you lost 66-0, which means they're not actually fans. They are successful fans. They're not Bulldogs fans. They are fans of winning. They are not fans of the club, which means that how will you define that as a successful measure for the club internally unless you can translate that into a future? And again, this... You just need to happen for the future. You need to be consistent into the future. But for the time being, currently speaking, you can't really define that as the success. Yeah, Liverpool in Thailand is massive, Sean. You're right. Roots on 65, Brooks on 66. I just put an average by the way. Oh, who do you think the biggest fan base for travel? Bunnings or Wise? For travel, I'm going to use my own personal example here. When I was the drummer for the Titans, and I could hear the fans because obviously that was part of what I did. I had to listen in to be able to shut them up. I would say if you do look across the comp, it would be Warriors because they pack out Suncorp. They've got a massive Southeast Queensland area, so they pack out Suncorp for Dolphins and Broncos, and they pack out Titans, Seabus. I don't know how they got Cowboys, but they pack out Sydney. It would be Warriors. But that's not travel. That's them already living there. So, no, I wouldn't say travel-wise. Travel-wise, it would be Rabbitohs. But then again, they could... No, I'd say travel-wise could actually be Dragons, to be fair. Dragons is underrated. That's going to be a single. There might be 2 there for England. They'll get to 67. I would say an underrated crowd for actual purely travelling would actually be Dragons. Or Canberra. Canberra's a good underrated crowd for that. Gus also believed Galvin was a good replacement for Sexton and should really trust his judgment. Panthers weren't successful until Gus actually left. They weren't actually successful until Gus left. He set them up, but then it was successful once he left. Top ball. A few of the floodlights coming on here. I believe we should have kept Sexton in at 7 and developed Galvin, but wanted him now, not in future. I think you needed to sign Galvin because he's a good player coming forward, but I think that you were too rash in giving him everything he wanted. I guess he could have gone to the Eels, but I don't think you were in that desperate of a situation that it was a must-need to blow up your season. 3 for 194, 40.4 overs gone. Luckily, the Clouds are just staying away right now. We're going to see tea happen in about 10 minutes. No, in about 25 minutes. So maybe we might get through a tea and then that'll be that. No slide on him. The Panthers become a massive heavyweight team under his guidance, which I greatly appreciate as a lifelong fan myself. But my point still stands. He isn't right about everything. He definitely is not right about everything. Definitely not. He's got a good footy mind. He's got a good development mind, is what I'll say. But I don't think that I think he believes in too much of his own source. I think he loves himself a bit too much at times, where people will circle jerk him 24/7 and then he will think that he can do no wrong. Because Slag, and I remember when you came onto these streams and I had to defend Gus. So when you say, why should we not believe in him? I find that interesting because I know you'll remember what I'm referring to here. So that's 3 for 194, 41 overs gone. When the Lachlan Galvin situation happened, I had to defend Gus and say, just wait it out. Because you were like, why would we do this? Blah, blah, blah. Why is Gus doing this? Bulldogs fans angry at Gus. And I was like, I get it, but also just be patient. You know, we can't judge it till we see it. I think you listened to it at the time. But it's interesting the switch up here in the conversational 6 months later, when you would argue based off of your original frustration that you would be more inclined to be right than what I was to be defending him. But I wasn't saying that it was right or wrong. I was just saying give it time, be patient, and then you can be angry kind of deal. So based off of that, you should actually have more reason to be more so like what you were then questioning Gus. Why are you not questioning Gus now? What has changed? Because it was actually an unsuccessful season post that point. So why is it now that you've shifted the mindset? That's going to be a double. Todd Murphy filming watching this right now. Yeah, Todd Murphy would be spewing. Max is happy. How you doing? Going all right, mate. Just waiting for the rain at the moment. We're just waiting for the rain. Bruce says, I would have kept Sexton at half, moved Burton at centre, and put Galvin in at 5'8". He should have learnt to be a good halfback under Sexton's tutelage. They were never doing that with Burton, though, with the money he's on. I get what you're saying, but they never would have done that. Ever. They just weren't doing it at that time. Galvin is only going to get better and better. I think he's got potential. I don't know if I can back it in just yet, but I think he's got good potential. I defended him more than most people did, especially more than a lot of content creators did. A lot of content creators, I know Emilio loves him, but he's a Bulldogs fan. A lot of content creators did not like him. Not that they didn't like him, they just didn't believe in him. I believe in him. But he's not quite there at the moment. He's still got a long way to go. And that's going to be 2 runs, maybe 3. Bulldogs don't necessarily have a premiership winning halfback right now. Maybe Mitchell Woods could be that guy. The best thing for you guys is, honestly, it's going to hurt. Matt Burton. Best thing for you guys is let him go to Perth. Massive contract. I don't believe he's a 5'8". I think he's solid. I think he's a good football player. I think he's a good rugby league player. I don't think he's a 5'8". And I think you need better in the halves. And I think that your contract for him is ludicrous. And I think the offer that he's getting for Perth is ludicrous. Let them bite the bullet. Let them bite the bullet. That's going to be 2 runs there for England. That'll be 3 for 198. This is going 5 days, lads. This is 100% going 5 days. I do remember that. It was an instant reaction of frustration. Yes, but you can understand what I'm referring to here. Look at it now. It was more about that actual spine shake-up than it was Galvin. I think the downfall would have happened to any halfback. You think what happened last year would have happened regardless? Why? Why do you think what happened in 2025 would have happened regardless, whether it was to Toby or to Lachlan Galvin? Galvin was quite evidently, you could see that he was interrupting the movement in the spine that they had manoeuvred with their first place position on the table. Why would that have happened anywhere to anyone? Well, Mitch Wood doesn't have anything to do with Burton, really, unless you're putting Galvin into the 6. Mitch Wood is a 7. So 3 for 199. And that is going to hit the stumps, but it will be a single. So that's 3 for 200 if for England. It's a good knock, but this pitch is playing very easy for the batting right now. Very, very easy for the batting. So partnership 143. Harry Brook on 71, Joe Rose 68. Are you streaming regularly or am I missing your notifications? BBL match also. I haven't been doing the BBL recently, Mayank. Probably do the back stretch once this Ashes series is over, which I would assume is probably Friday for our BBL stream. Because I think this will go 5 days. Galvin did interrupt the spine, correct. But adding an extra half to a spine would interrupt it anyways. What? It's just the result of adding in, but I'm not saying you should have played him. If anything, chuck him 14. If you didn't like that, off the heels you pop. If you don't like playing 14 until next year when Toby goes, then off the heels you pop. Don't let players dictate the club. Name of the front is always more important than the name of the back. 3 for 200, 42 overs gone. And it's double. Double. I think there's about 17 minutes until tea break. I reckon I'm going to call this as a draw. I feel like this could be a draw for sure. It has draw written all over it. Not sure Sand and Smith will play bench or not. Should be bench. Double. England looking good. Well, how do you know they're looking good though, Mayank? This is going to happen for both teams. It's a very flat pitch right now, which is very easy for batting. There's not much seam movement. There's not much happening in the bowling. The 3 wickets that England got realistically were off of, okay bowling, but nothing spectacular. It's England and Australia. Like, it's just the pitch that they were so... The MCG was such a bad pitch that they've made sure to really... Look at the weather. They've made sure to really force in that this is going to go 5 days. There's no way this test doesn't go 5 days. No way. The rain is probably 10 minutes away. I reckon we'll get to tea and that'll be it. And I said maybe. Yeah, Test cricket finally. This is Test cricket, Shauna. This is definitely Test cricket. Definitely Test cricket here. I'm not seeing live. I just woke up. Yeah, no, it's an inside edge there. They'll get a single. It's good from England here. They've definitely won this second session, but like this is very much a batter's paradise right now. Very much so. Yeah, Todd Murphy would be screaming right now that he's not playing. SCG is a traditional spinner's pitch. They went with Bo Webster instead of Todd Murphy. Double. That's how when Harrison left that England started to score, yeah. Well, they were scoring before he came and then fell apart and then now scoring after he's gone. Retractable roofs cost way too much. In an ideal world, sure, but they cost way too much. You gotta remember, man, they don't care. Really, the cricket boards don't care. They're making money regardless. Actually helps them in regards to longer games. Is this a drinks break happening? Yeah, I think it is a drinks break. I'm going to quickly run up to the bathroom here, guys. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe. I think there's 15 minutes until tea. But give me one moment here, guys. Keep getting involved in the chat. Thumbs up, subscribe, but back in a moment. And I'll come back to another 4. What happened with 7? What do you mean what happened with 7, Ibrahim? Wish it would become standard for the rest of the stadiums, though. And to answer your question, Yank, I do favourite wrestler of all time for me. Oh, wait. Who are we talking about? Wrestling? That's going to go for a single there. Wrestling. What happened with wrestling? Oh, who loved John Cena? Oh, true. Sano says, wow, it took him 3.5 test matches to finally show up. Yes, but also this is as bad as Paradise, man. Not Perth. Adelaide was as bad as Paradise. Brisbane was too, but they fell apart. MCG was just a shit fest, but this one is absolutely batter friendly. But we have to see both teams bat. The KO broadcast. Are you guys seeing it on Fox? Like they keep blacking out. Like it keeps like blacking out. Like it's fine. My internet's working fine. I'm watching the game fine, but the KO broadcast. Yeah, see, it's. Oh no, this one's my one. Just as I've said that. Just as I've said that, that one's my one. But before, it was showing that the Fox thing was still there. It just kept blacking. Yeah, 7 was spazzing out as well. Yeah. Accor had a plan for a $300 million upgrade to plan to add a massive stadium-wide roof to make it more suitable for concerts and international events, though it wasn't originally designed for one. I think that the government said no to that, though, didn't they? I think there was a change of government, and they said no to it. Yeah, it's happened on 7. Oh, okay, it happened on 7, yeah. Yeah, the broadcast keeps, like, going black briefly. I can finally hear the English fans now. They weren't doing anything before, jeez. Alex Carey is claiming there might be a nick here. Alex Carey is claiming there might be a nick. I didn't think... There's interest from Green. There was no significant reaction. No, I don't think they're going to review it. I didn't think it went anywhere close. Yeah, it went nowhere close to the bat. I didn't hear anything, but they were all like half going up for a shout. It's nowhere close. Maybe they hear his foot come down after the. I don't know. I think the plan was to renovate both Allianz and Accor, but yeah, change of government only meant they continued with one. Yes, yeah, I'm back. I'm on 7+ now, and yeah, it is skitzing out of it. Next bowl. Oh, swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. 7's gone again. This is weird, dude. What is happening? Is the thunderstorm like, oh, Umpy's considering getting him off the field? He's considering getting him off the field. Let me just make sure I've got this rain delay thing that I can put on the screen, by the way. Rain delay, rain delay. Tea break. Let me have a look. I want to see if I've actually got it. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, okay. Weather delay, rain delay. That's a good photo that I can put on there. Yeah. Standard Sydney Test, Sundo. It really is. Where's my boy Andrew Packhouse who keeps on defending the weather in Sydney? He's always here saying, "Oh well, we go India. When we played India, we had a good Test series. We had no weather. Yeah, that's fine for the first time in history. For goodness me sake." And double. I'm going to add this weather delay thing so it is ready for when it does inevitably happen. I'm telling you guys, when it starts, we won't see cricket for the rest of the day. Yeah, they're showing the radar now. All right, so there we go. Seven minutes until tea. This is 100% Test cricket here, lads. And people will not remember Test cricket brilliantly. They won't. They won't remember Test cricket for what it actually is. And they will think like England's just dominating this game. This is what we expect, lads, especially from a pitch like this. See, Bubba Azam fans put John Cena and Rockford getting the WWE belt. To be fair, Bubba has been so 50-50. Like, he'll either go for 2 or go for 50 in this BBL season. It's weird. Most Test centuries. Joe Root on 40. Ricky Ponting 41. Jax Carlos on 45. Sachin Tendulkar on 51. Next bowl. And good bowl there from Nees. So it'll be a single. That'll be a single. I feel this is what Test cricket is. Teams actually staying in and getting good scores. Exactly right. This is what we want to see. A rating speed to start in 42 minutes. Well, T's meant to start in 5 minutes, which go 15 minutes. Next bowl. Belt ball. I doubt they'll continue after the tea break. We'll see. If rain's expected in 42 minutes, we might get like maybe 20 minutes after tea. It's just like threatening right now. It's like so close, but it just isn't happening as we currently speak. See now. Well, we'll have a couple more overs. No, it's 2:56. It'll be for about 4 more minutes. No. Maybe I'm a little bit behind. Unless, look how dark it is, lads. Look how dark it is right now. Gee whiz. Dear me, bad light. Oh, they've taken off a bad light, have they? Sorry, it hasn't come on my screen yet. Hasn't come on my screen, but that wouldn't surprise me. I'll just wait for it to be confirmed for me because it is dark. That will be it for the day. I don't think they come back out, lads. I will leave the stream up though, just in case we do have to come back. Average Sydney weather right there. Tell Andrew Backhouse this. Yep, light isn't good enough. Light meter came out, and they are going off. All right, well, I'm going to put weather delay up on the screen. They're probably calling T now, but I am going to put the weather rain delay up on the screen. I just don't think they come back out, lads. But you can still use this chat. You can still be here. We'll obviously keep you updated in regards to the weather. Obviously, hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe if you are new around here. We will be here for the entirety of this test match. We have been here for the entirety of the test series so far, but we'll be back in however long it needs to be until we are back underway. Whether it be the end of tea break or if they don't come back at all, we'll let you know. All right, guys. I'll be back soon. All right, guys. Well, it still says tea break here. Let me just take this off the screen for the moment. I'm pretty certain that we're not going to be back because the lighting is really bad, and that's actually what it was called off for. We actually hadn't seen the rain happen yet, but you can see that the clouds are super dark and ominous, and the rain is expected to start, pretty much around 3:30 local time, which is in 10 minutes' time. So I don't think we're actually going to be back for today. We are going to keep this stream up, rocking and rolling the entire time, so you can chat away and we can hope for the best. Obviously, I'll come back on if the game does come back underway. But it's meant to be fine weather for tomorrow. Maybe a little bit of scattered showers, but it's meant to be great on day 3, day 4, and day 5. So it's not like this is going to gigantically impact the entirety of the test, I would say. But unfortunately, yeah, we're at a stage where it doesn't look like it's probably going to get back underway today, which I guess is a positive and a negative, really, because Australia don't want to go into tomorrow with it currently being like this, but also England do want to continue on. This can break this partnership, really, with it, taking out the continuity and the momentum that they were, putting on together, which is going to happen for Australia too. Like this is a very bat friendly pitch right now that is definitely helping us to get a pretty strong game out of this. And looks we're obviously going to see how both teams bat, but England have been batting really well, and like I expect Australia to bat very similarly on this pitch and do something quite similar, but yeah, at this moment, guys, it doesn't look like today is going to continue. But I'll wait for the update here. I'm certain we're about to get an update here on KO. It's just showing us a couple of ads right now, and it's about to put it back on. KO and Fox and Seven have actually been having some problems today with itself because it's been the camera work has been skitzing out a little bit, and we've seen like the screen going black and on the official broadcast. So yeah, a bit of a weird day in regards to all of this, but we're just waiting because this is still technically T, so we're still waiting for them to confirm anything. And I'm just seeing a million ads right now, so I don't know why they're not like updating us because T was meant to technically finish, like 7 minutes ago. But it here we go. Because it still says tea break. Well, it can't still be tea break, lads. There's no rain just yet, but it is dark. I just don't understand why it's still officially got tea break on there when it's clearly not, because tea break would have finished about 25 minutes ago. Oh, look, there is thunder over there. There is lightning. Not thunder, there is lightning over there. The players are in the change room, guys. I'm going to put the weather delay thing back on the screen. The covers are out, so they're expecting rain any moment now. I'll be back as soon as we do get word that there is, if there is game, if there is. Otherwise, guys, hit that thumbs up button, subscribe, and I'll see you later on when the game does get back underway, especially obviously tomorrow if it does not. But all right, guys, I'll see you in a bit. Are we good? Okay, we are back on. Now, guys, it has been called stumps for the day, so we are going to take this weather delay off and we are going to end the stream. Obviously, we will be back tomorrow for the second day. Now, England currently 3 for 211. Doing well. It is definitely a batter's paradise right now at the SCG, and especially with Australia having no spinners, which is usually what actually cleans up here in Sydney. England doing pretty well with it. So Joe Root not out on 72, Harry Brook not out on 78. Hopefully this doesn't kill their momentum and kill the current way that they are going. This test for mine does look like it is probably, unless Australia tank it up and do really poorly, I could see this being a 5-day draw, which is very much test-like, very test cricket, which is kind of what we've been calling for a long time. I don't like a draw, but at the end of the day, 5 days of cricket would be really cool to watch, like we saw in Adelaide, which was fun. But we are going to be jumping off here for today. I hope you have enjoyed as much as we could. We still got through a good portion of the day. We got through until tea without any delay. So at least we got to then. But tomorrow, I think we should. I'm going to quickly have a look here and just see what the weather is for tomorrow. Sydney weather. I'm pretty certain it's meant to be pretty good. Okay, so here we go. So not bad. Like there maybe is a chance of rain in the middle areas of the day around a similar time, but nothing too significant. It more so kind of 20% chance at 6 p.m., which is 5 p.m. their time. And then we move to Tuesday, which is just meant to be sunny all day Wednesday, and sunny all day Thursday. So this was the only day that we were probably going to be impacted by rain, and we were. So, guys, I will see you tomorrow, bright and early, for the second day of the 5th test. Obviously, hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe if you're new around here, and I will see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching.